Hello there, welcome back to another episode of ARK Survival Ascended on the island, and after successfully rebuilding my main base in the ruins in the middle of the map, I felt like I wanted to do more rebuilding of ruins because I really enjoyed the process, and it seems like you also enjoyed seeing the results. So there's only one other big ruin on the map, and that's where my friends have their base. So after a little bit of discussing, well, I decided and they decided that it was okay if I would also be rebuilding those ruins. So let's check them out. Welcome to possibly the biggest ruins on the island. It's on top of this mountain, so hopefully the clouds won't get in the way too much and we won't be able to see anything. But yeah, the rest of my friends are all based here. They have their main base here. But I've been talking with them. You know, I rebuilt my ruins. Like, my main base is also in the ruins, and we rebuilt that, and pretty much we've done all we could there. So I was thinking about what other places, what other ruins could I start to rebuild? And then I came to the conclusion that the only other big ruins are actually the ones that they are living in. So yeah, I'm gonna start building here as well. I'm not quite sure how much of the rebuilding I will do. I will, you know, discuss with them if they mind, because I would like to, you know, try and rebuild these ruins as well as we did with the other ones. Probably try to do a little bit of a different style. I think most of these buildings, as well as you can see, are pretty big. Like, they're much bigger than my buildings. So I feel like that alone gives us the opportunity to do something a little bit different here, like still rebuild the ruins, but maybe bigger structures. Just things like these big platforms, and up ahead as well there's the very big platform with the big structure behind it. This is where they've built the biggest base of them all. So I'm still gonna discuss with them, of course, before I start doing anything. But yeah, depending on what they want, I will be rebuilding parts of it or everything or whatever they think is nice. Because this is actually interesting as well, because they painted the stone to be a little bit more aligned with the color of the ruins, which that alone is already very interesting to do, of course. So I might be looking into keeping that around. But I think there's also some places they haven't really built. I know there's something up here, but that seems very half done. So I'm not sure if that is still a work in progress or has been abandoned since, because I know they're also working on the ocean base they have. So maybe they're not really working. So we might start with something they're not currently using, or we might just jump straight into the main build. Really depends on, as I said, what they want, because I don't want to just start destroying their stuff and build something else, because I think that's more important. But even just not only the ruins, I probably want to build some extra additions, because there's a little bit of flat land up there. So I think it would be cool to, besides rebuilding the ruins, adding some cool new structures as well. So maybe, for example, here, make a new connection over to that rock and have like a big watchtower or something like that. Like, I feel like almost because of the bigger ruin sizes, like this could be, probably will still be buildings, but a lot of maybe castle influences, or bigger towers, a little bit of bigger builds. And then you've got the whole top of the mountain here as well, which I think this is a taming pen. But yeah, this is also pretty awesome. Oh god, there's actually a saber tooth here. Sorry, my friend. Yeah, so this is also very cool, because you can see, if it's not cloudy, you can see actually the whole world from here, which is pretty damn cool. Like, you can see everywhere. Behind that mountain, that's where my main base is, and then on the completely other side, that's where my ocean base is. And then I might actually also be building something in the redwood soon, and then we started all the way somewhere over there in the south. And yeah, this is a pretty cool mountain. It always was a very cool mountain, but now with these ruins looking like this, it's a pretty amazing location. So yeah, I think I think we'll have to give it a go and see what we can do here. And the best part about this is because I build so much, because I mean, I love the building now in ARK, and I like building some cool things, but half of the time it's not being used, of course, because I don't need all those buildings. Like I can't possibly use everything that I built. So I kind of like the idea of me building some cool structures, and then my friends will just be able to, you know, use it and decorate it however they please, like put everything they need to survive and play the game in there. I think that is a very cool balance, because that means our builds will be used and we can have a maybe more realistic interior, like of a base actually being in use, which I feel like is also nice for these videos to show, you know, an option or possibility of how a base could look like. So yeah, this is the current state. I think the cool thing about this, we have a good before, and then we'll see the after. But before we arrive at the after, we'll probably have a couple of episodes of in-between stuff, like builds that we could be doing. So also, if you have some cool ideas that I could build there, either with you know, rebuilding some of the existing structures, like this whole build, or like the main castle bit where we're at before. I think there's also some more things, because I think there's also somewhere there's another platform over there, because there's another house there. But yeah, if you've got any suggestions for any of these locations, please do let me know, of course, because I mean, I'm always happy with some cool suggestions. Yeah, yeah, there's another, oh god, there's another build here, a little house. Don't know if it's actually being used or not. I haven't been around this base that much, because before we were two separate tribes and now we're kind of just blended into one. I guess this is a house. It doesn't look like it's being used. Oh, this is where the XP thing was. Come on, I can jump over this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is also. So this is, yeah, below is just the XP thing. So I guess there's no real connection to this platform. But it's still, yeah, they have a lot of cool platforms where you can definitely do some building on. So I feel like there's a lot of possibility here. Like there's a lot of cool options of things that we could do here, and places to rebuild. But as I said, I will have to discuss with them, you know, what I can and cannot touch and can and cannot rebuild. But there's still plenty of open space. I probably will start with one of those, and then we'll see what they want and they need. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very cool project. Okay, a little update on the ruins. As you can see, you might notice a little bit of a difference, as in I got rid of everything. I discussed this with my friends. It was alright. This is basically the biggest room there is. There's a lot of room here. We got this like main structure here, and we got this platform here. Plus, we even have a little temple area. So it's quite big. It has a lot of potential. Like we have basically an entire floor in here, and we've got a built-in staircase, and we basically have another level as well. Well, yeah, there's not really a floor in here, but the foundations for a building are here, and a pretty big building as well. And you have these lovely little windows as well to look out of, getting the light inside of the building. So the big challenge is going to be trying to fit a build in here, but the structure itself is absolutely beautiful. So we missed the thing here. But yeah, so that is going to be the main challenge, making something that fits exactly inside of here. And we got the connection to the rest of the ruins here as well, so it also needs to make sense that if you're by foot, you can easily go from here to all the other places. Now you can also see that I have this little creepy bug. I'm calling him Creeper because he's kind of creepy. I had actually an episode in mind where I tamed this thing. I got this thing. But you might have noticed that I've been making a lot of ARK videos, and I might not have been cleaning my hard drive. So I thought I was recording the whole process, but it turned out it stopped after like 2 minutes, which kind of sucks because it's a pain in the butt to get these. But I have it, and it was really nice because I had a lot of stuff that was there, of course, because that basically their entire main base was here. So the forge, vaults, full of stuff, dinos like Rexes and everything. And to move them from there to there, even the dinos would have been pretty annoying because of the way these rooms work. It's not really easy to walk Rexes around here. But with this guy, it was really easy. I love the fact that it can just pick these structures up, because like this, I could just pick this up and put it down somewhere again. I'm not gonna pick anything up here because I placed this pretty nicely. But yeah, it's so nice that you can just pick something up. You can just carry it to wherever you need it, and everything that is inside of the structure will just go with it, and that is so great. So yeah, if you know the before, then you know this wasn't all here. This is basically everything that was at the place I just showed you, the place that we're gonna rebuild first. And now everything is here. So there's a lot of dinos here, feeding troughs, and then this has become the main base now. So all the storage is here with all the stuff that was already inside of it. All the structures, all the crafting things are here as well. And then here, down here, we've got some air conditioning, we got the rest, we got the artifacts, we got the little ovis, and we got the beds as well. So the whole base has temporarily moved in here. The main building that I'm going to be working on first is gonna be the main building. So it's gonna be a big build. It's gonna be castle-like, I think, because it looked a little bit like a castle, like it had towers and everything. And I think that's still the kind of vibe that we want to go for. So it's probably still gonna be like quite grand, and then this balcony is probably going to be integrated with the build in some way, trying to maybe make something nice with pillars, and definitely something with enough windows to appreciate the view. Did this tree just instantly grow back? Because this was their base. Oh my god, it instantly came back. Look at all these trees growing back now. Nature has instantly taken over this place. That's pretty insane. But yeah, it looks nice. So yeah, this is the before. I thought it would be nice to show you the progress, because I don't know how far I will be getting in this video, but at least for now we can see what the original structure was like, and then we'll see, maybe at the end of this episode we'll have a little start, but in at least the next couple of videos we'll hopefully see some nice progress here of a new nice looking base in these ruins, because I'm excited. I see a lot of potential. Oh, there she is. Welcome back, and as you can see, I have started building, and I actually love this side addition to the build. Like, it looks like it's built straight on onto the ruins, which I mean it kind of is, but yeah, that really looks good in my opinion. Now it's nowhere near finished yet, but it is a pretty good start. So let's get a closer look as well. So what I've decided to do, after discussing of course with my friends, is making this little temple area basically into a little bit of a garden. So you've got some places to just sit back and relax, and we got places for all 10 artifacts. So there currently is about half of them here, and there's still 5 spots left to be filled in. But yeah, it's just a so nice looking area already of the ruins that I kind of had to go for it. Probably will be clearing out a couple of more trees around here to get back the view, because as soon as I deleted everything that was built here, a lot of the trees started growing back, which of course is great, because we definitely want to keep as many as possible. But we definitely, for example here, want to be able to enjoy the view over the rest of the world. But yeah, so that's the little start. And then of course we have the main structure. So there's 2 parts to this. I first started with just going inside here and basically laying down the foundations, making sure everything aligned. So we got our exit here to connect to the rest of the ruins, go up all the way to the top of the ruins. So yeah, you have this little nook here, probably for some storage or whatever, I don't know. The decorating is probably going to be mostly up to my friends that actually will use this as the main base. Although I might actually also spend a lot of time here because it's going to be pretty cool. Then we got this extra bit that just lined up perfectly, basically, to allow me to build a little balcony here where again you can enjoy the view, and I can introduce a little bit of wood to the build to add some extra details. And I think this is one of the best examples of having integrated my build with the ruins. I really like how that came out. Now this is also a very epic addition. This is a toilet. Yeah, don't ask me why. It was there, and I promised that I would bring it back in the final design. So of course I focused on that immediately. And here we got again some windows to get the beautiful light in and use the main structure. You can see that I left some room here and basically made... Oh, I need to place a pillar here again. I basically made sure that the wall connected all the way into the original design, and then just left it as is. And then we have this second layer where, yeah, as you can see, you have quite a little bit of space as well. And on this side, again, we have a little balcony to enjoy the views, etc, etc. And then we can go up another layer where we are finally at the top of the ruin. And this is probably where I'm gonna have to start the actual build itself. So far we've mostly just been rebuilding the structure below. Not quite sure what I'm gonna go for like this design and whatever it's gonna look like. I still need to get some inspiration, but I think we can make something pretty big and pretty epic here. And I managed to connect this circular tower to it, which I really enjoy. There were two towers, of course, in the original design that was here. Like, it was almost a little castle looking. So I decided I wanted to at least get one tower back in over here to honor that design. We got another little balcony here to, and again, enjoy the views. And of course, mostly just to add some extra details. And it actually has a fully working staircase into it. And actually a couple of layers where you could, I guess, do something. I don't know what you would do here, but it is a possibility. I just wanted to make sure it was as functional as possible. This ceiling is the wrong way up. I guess I made a couple of mistakes. I did this quite late at night, so yeah, I guess that might be why. Yeah, so we got a couple of floors, all different like window styles and stuff like that to have some variation, mostly on the outside. We got a little porch here with a little garden because there was some dead space there. And then we have another exit or entrance, I guess, to the tower here. I kind of like what I did on the tower. I had to just find ways to add details. These parts in the middle there, I kind of enjoy the way they look. Like, I managed to connect the fences back to the building to look as some kind of supports. But yeah, I do kind of like that. And then, of course, we have the bigger balcony up there as well to add some extra detail. I think that's a pretty good start to this build for sure. Like, it's nowhere near finished, of course, but I at least wanted to show a little bit of progress in this video and, yeah, show you kind of the way it will grow and turn into, hopefully, something very cool. But, yeah, I was struggling a little bit when I started. It's always a little difficult when you start out, first to line up everything and start the rebuilding process, and then also to try and find ways to actually make it look cool. But especially these side bits, these balconies, I really like the look of them. And then there's another one here, of course. Yeah, I think adding the wood to these otherwise very stone structures really helps out, bringing some variation in materials and just make them stand out a little bit more. I will be painting most of the stone, if not all of the stone, in the color that the original build had, which I believe is parchment, but I'll probably wait with doing that until, you know, I am pretty much done building, because otherwise I'll just keep painting and every time you pick something up it changes back. So for now we're going to keep it like this, but we'll definitely will be painting it to look like the original color, because I kind of liked the way that looked. We're continuing the build on the mountain ruins. I'm currently rebuilding this structure, and in this episode I will be making a whole lot of process, even from last time up to all the way finishing it by the end of the episode, and I'm really happy with the way this turns out, so be sure to stick around. I did a thing. I've definitely done a thing here. As you can see, I've been working on the first building, and you might know what it looked like at the end of the last episode. Yeah, I might have made a little bit of progress. For the longest time, I wasn't really sure what I was going to do as soon as I reached the top of the actual ruin, because you can see basically where this little courtyard is. That's where the ruin ends, and then I had to start making up what the building was going to look. Of course, we made this round tower last time as well. Haven't finished that yet. I still need to do the roof, but that's pretty much the last thing that I need to do, like in the grand scheme of things. We have like the main building on the back. We got another tower here, like a square tower. I kind of wanted to add the two towers here because if you remember from last episode what the original base looked like that my friends made, I was like, I kind of want to bring back those two towers a little bit, like as a reminder of what it used to be, almost like a literal upgrade, I guess, of what it used to be. Yeah, and I kind of like the result of it. It adds a lot of personality, I think, to the build, that it is not the same on both sides. I actually really like the way this build on the back turned out. I've got a little platform here where you can land your bird. You could land your bird in the central courtyard, but it is a little bit small. And then we've got this little platform as well where you can land your bird. So yeah, plenty of places that you can just easily access the base. I'm not going to show the interior just yet because I want to kind of finish the last tower so we can do a walkthrough for the entire thing. But yeah, I am very happy with the way it's looking so far. I'm back, and look at this. We've got everything completely done now. Oh, except the interior, but that's not really what I'm going to be doing alone. I'm going to be working with the tribe to do that because, of course, I mean, it's going to be our base, their base. So, yeah, they need to let us know what we want to do. So we don't actually have doors here, so the RGs and stuff can still go in. Same as here as well. We can easily access this floor because this is probably going to have a lot of the storage elements inside. And then we have a little bit of the natural ruin bit here, as well as this balcony, which can enjoy a little bit of the view. I might still get rid of some of the trees down there. Still need to figure out what I can do with this platform in front, because it's not really a shape that you can just put foundations on. Then of course we have the very important room down here. Then we can go up to the second floor, where you have these windows to let in some light. Again, you have quite a bit of space actually here, but this will be more difficult to get to because you can't really fly a dino into this room. So maybe we'll have something different here. I'm not quite sure what we need. We could still make rooms, of course. Oh, there's a little bit of things sticking through that I might want to look at. But yeah, then we have another floor. We got a room on this side where you have a nice little view of the rest of the ruins. And you actually have like your own hidden basement here with some stuff and a nice balcony as well to let, basically mostly to let in a lot of light. And then here we have basically the main area, which connects to basically everything around it. We got another room on this side as well, including some beams. Look at me being fancy. And then we have like the inner courtyard here, where you can go to the circular tower, to the square tower, or you can continue into the main building. Put the T-Rex head here as well as a nice addition. And then you can even go up a little bit further into a little bit more of the homely home. I had to raise the fireplace just so that it would actually stick out on the back, you know, and have some nice smoke out of the roof. But yeah, this is looking very nice in my opinion. This is also another floor where we can have plenty of things. It's connected to the square tower as well. And we've got another platform down here where you can basically just land your bird if you want to enter from here real quick. And yeah, get into the base that way. Then of course we have the courtyard. We have some places to grow some plants. There's also water here for the rain, so we can have some drinks. There's a feeding trough here in case we want to park those birds here, or whatever, have animals here. Maybe have a dung beetle walking around here, you never know, just so that we can feed them. Then this is the circular tower, which actually goes all the way down. We'll check that in a minute, but you can also go up and you have this amazing view with this extended balcony of basically everywhere, because you can go all the way around. So you can look into the base or you can look at the surroundings, and yeah, this is just a great place to be at in my opinion. Then let's go back down. We got the square tower as well. We have another little landing platform here, again including a feeding trough, so we can put some food in there. My idea behind these banners is actually that we can paint them in the colors of well, you know, I don't know, this location, whatever they want. They're a little bit bland now, but I think they could be a very nice decoration detail. And then we got another stair to go up to the next floor. We got some great balconies here as well, enjoying the view of that place there, down there, the little ruin there. We got another balcony with a roof over here on this side to enjoy the view. Might have to get rid of that tree, but I want to be careful with the trees too close to the buildings, just to, you know, make sure that we make the right decision. And then you can go all the way up here as well and enjoy, again, the views all around. Yeah, really like the height of this build. And again, we have the connection to the other place here as well. So yeah, I felt like connecting them just made a lot of sense. I'm actually so happy with how this all turned out. This is a pretty big build, and it was pretty difficult to decide what to do exactly, but with a little bit of, you know, trial and error, we managed to. And as you can see, you can go all the way down in this tower as well, and it will lead you right down here to this platform. And there we go. That is the new rebuild ruin that hopefully should be quite nice as a base. So now all that's left is to basically start moving in a little bit, and then I'll move on to some of the other structures next to this, because we're probably not going to have the industrial forge here because it's quite big, and we want to be sure that it's easy accessible with like a flyer and the Anki. So we're probably going to make a separate place for that where we can just easily drop him in and smelt stuff, etc, etc. But yeah, for the first build of this base completely done, except for the interior, which I will show once we've done it. Yeah, this is a pretty good start. I'm very excited now to continue. It is definitely a big boy. It's a big build. You can definitely notice it very much when you arrive here. So yeah, we have plenty of space left because this is just the start of the ruin. We got all these places still to go, all that to go. So yeah, we can definitely build some exciting things in the future here. But let me know what you think of this build. And before you start asking for a tutorial, I don't think I will, just because it's so customized to this ruin. What I might do is do a tutorial on the tower separately, and maybe of the building itself separately. That we might be able to do. So let me know if you would be interested in seeing anything like that. And another update, we've done some painting to the building, and as you can see, we got some like dark purplish roofs, almost black. It's the twilight color, and I actually really like the results. And I've painted all the stone in parchment to better match the ruins. That's what the original build had as well, and I really like the way that makes the build feel so different. If you watch the before and after, it's quite a big difference, and it really stands out. It makes the build stand out a little bit more because it's just different than what most people will be building, and it definitely blends in with the ruin nicely. Now, it's not the perfect match, it's not exactly the same color. I don't know if that's even possible, probably not, but it's very close, and it does add a lot to the build, I think. I really like the way this looks. Like, it just, I mean, yeah, it's one of the favorites builds I've done so far, especially because I kind of just started building without really planning too much. It's definitely a very big build as well. To be fair, the towers probably won't see that much use. They just look very cool, and it's nice to enjoy the view, I guess. But yeah, we started working on the interior a little bit as well. So there's a lot of storage down here because we have the bird access, so it's really easy to, you know, get all the stuff here and get it into the vaults. We're probably gonna leave a bird in here to craft as well. But yeah, that's working out very well, being very organized and sorted here, and have a central location, I guess, to store all the most valuable things. Then this floor, not quite sure what we're gonna do with it. Probably maybe place some machines, maybe some of the lesser used machines like the grinder or something. I don't really know. We have a lot of space in this build. And we got this little room, which I'm not sure what we're gonna do with, and then this main room, also not really sure what to do with. It's kind of like just the main hub, I guess, little hallway. So yeah, then we have a room on this side where I put down the beds, so we can easily respawn into this build, and are very central to basically every direction. And on here, this is a little bit more cozy. This is like the living room, so we got a world map and everything. So yeah, it's kind of nice. You have the world map on this side. You have like a little forge and smithy. If you will ever use that, probably not, but it just looks nice as a decoration. We have the fireplace raised up so that we could have some smoke outside. We have the industrial grill here as well. So yeah, and of course the access for the birds, so you can just land and instantly go and cook some food up here and maybe enjoy the view while you wait. I don't know. It's just, you know, some nice and cozy vibes, because this place is so big. Probably much more space that we're gonna need for this building, especially since there's many more ruins to rebuild and to make something cool out of. So yeah, we're gonna have plenty of space at this base, which is, I guess, a good thing. It's better to have too much space than not enough. But yeah, it's definitely really looking good. And then over here we've got this little like side garden, which I also still really enjoy. But yeah, if you look at this view, it's definitely very nice. Like, this place has turned out better than I expected and better than I could hope for. I'm really excited to start building the next ones. We also got this from the ice cave, which was quite the fight. We went in with 3 of us, 3 baryonyx. I was the only one left alive with 1 baryonyx, because that was the only one with the ascended saddle. And luckily, I've been assigned that cave to run it again to get some more artifacts, so we can do the bosses multiple times maybe. So yeah, that might be fun. Maybe I should do a video on that as well, because man, that was a challenging cave for sure. But yeah, I do like the little vibe of this corner a lot. Like, it's just a little nice place to look at and to collect all our artifacts in, because of course that's also part of this game. Just, you know, playing the game, playing through the story, which was also one of the goals why I started playing ARK Ascended again. And then there's a lot to do. Probably gonna work on where to place the industrial forge next, because it's not going to be placed in the main base. So what I'm thinking is this little platform right next to it currently has this little house on it. Probably want to turn that into a big platform, because then it's still very close to the main base, easy to smelt, drop off the Enki, and then go to the main base afterwards. So it's basically, I'm going to extend the main platform, this where the house is, over this little bit where the XP thing is, and the little platform down there. So I'm going to try and make a bigger platform, have the forge up there, maybe make a connection so you can also get there by foot. But yeah, then we have this big build as well. Like, it's a pretty big ruin to also try and rebuild. It does look very cool. Not quite sure what the function would be, or this little building next to it. You got this little open platform as well. So there's a lot of space there actually. So first I was thinking maybe doing like the breeding place here, because then we have the natural ground, because babies tend to, you know, disappear into foundations, but might be a little bit crowded because it's not very big, and Not quite sure if we can actually fit anything in there. So we might have to just do that on top of the mountain. That might be the best place for it. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many things to possibly build here. So if you do have any suggestions of what to build for any of these ruins, like what could the function of the buildings be, please let me know down in the comments below, because yeah, I really don't know what I could do with all this space and all these ruins. Then yeah, there might be some options here to also add on this platform, because it is a nice little bit of space, but I just don't know what to do with all this. Like, there's so much of it, and that's not even it, because there's more up there as well. So we'll have to see. Probably gonna do the forge first though, and then eventually, once everything is moved, of course there's the ruin upstairs as well. But yeah, this would be nice to line up these pillars a little bit with the platform. Then we want to probably move those guys as well, maybe up here, because there's a lot of space here at the top, and it's probably easier to park like dinos up here. Maybe have to make it a little bit safer with some turrets or something like that, because otherwise dinos might get attacked by random dinos that are still spawning here. But yeah, and then of course we have this building, what now is like the temporary base where I moved everything. Once those are moved back into the new main base, gonna have to decide what to build at this spot as well, because it's also quite a big ruin. There's definitely something that we can build here. Just need to maybe think about what we could build here that also has like a useful function or something. So we have our main base built in these ruins that we've completely brought back to life. Then we've got the ocean base out in the sea, but I'm looking for another challenge, another a different style that I can build in, and that is gonna be here in the Redwoods. So I brought my new RG here. His name, or her name, I don't know, is Fox, the Phoenix looking RG. It's what the new event colors, actually quite nice. I really like it. So yeah, I have decided that for my next project, or as a distraction from my other projects, I would like to start doing some treehouse builds. So yeah, that's why we're here in the Redwoods, and that's why I'm flying here in the Redwoods. Not sure if it's the brightest idea, but you know, you live and you learn, and you have to risk the biscuit. But this is going to be the area that we're going to be working with. Like, this little lake is beautiful. Like, perhaps we would even build something on this little island in the middle of the lake at some point. But definitely these ruins here we can work with, like rebuilding some of it, or at least a bridge maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But there's a lot of nice trees here as well, where we can make some platforms, go and build some tree houses on that. That's going to be the focus, of course. That's going to be the first thing we do. But yeah, there's a couple of good big trees around here, so I feel like we can easily start building on any of those if we place a platform down. So yeah, that is gonna be the next big project. So if you've got any ideas or suggestions for this area, please feel free to let me know. I think rebuilding this bridge at some point could be fun, as well as maybe building some things in these structures. But the main thing is of course going to be, oh god, there's a Thyla right there. The main thing is, of course, going to be in these trees. Because, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's why we're coming here. Okay, it's not too high level, unfortunately. But, yeah, that should be fun. Actually going to get rid of the Thyla. There we go. It's gone. Just so that it might respawn. Because I would actually not mind having a decent leveled Thyla at some point, especially not if we're gonna live here. But yeah, this is gonna be our place. I think it's a pretty nice location, and I'm looking forward to coming up with my first treehouse build design. Because I have done some treehouse builds in ARK Survival Evolved back in the days, and I actually really used to enjoy living in these tree houses and tree platforms. So yeah, can't wait to start working on something here. And I have started working on something here. Let me just land down here on my tree set platform. As you can see, we have the start of the village, the first big build, and it's actually maybe a little bit elven inspired. It's definitely not done though. I need to add more details, start decorating the place, interior, etc. But I just wanted to do something different, and I tried to do something which isn't just building on the entire platform. I think this would be a very nice build for maybe a bigger tribe, because there's a bunch of basically little rooms or houses almost, and then they're all interconnected as well. So yeah, I like the way it looks on the outside so far. Definitely need to add some more details, but it's definitely a good start in my opinion, at least. Now you can go through all of these, as you can see, and you can have these inner courtyards, decorate them a little bit, and then you have these little rooms on the inside. You have these connecting bits, I guess, with maybe not ideal space, but it should work. And this goes all around the tree, so there is definitely a lot of room in here in total. Just a little bit separated, I guess, but yeah, I kind of like the look of the outside, and I had to figure out what to do on the inside. Now you have these rope ladders hanging down from the upside bits, because I needed a way for you to get up there. And then again, you have basically the same thing. They are connected with these little passageways. You could, I guess, block them off with a door if you really want to use this for like a tribe and everyone has his own room. You have a little platform in the front where you could land your bird or whatever. So yeah, you have quite a little space. This is then the room where you could park anything. And of course, it's rope ladder, so you could even, remove the connection if you don't want them. But yeah, I mean, it's just the first build, and I just wanted to do something different from what I've built so far. But I kind of like this. This feels like it could really easily be like a community base. Like if you have a tribe living together, working together, it feels like a team. And of course, you have amazing views all around here in this forest and in this location especially. So yeah, the roofs were a little bit tricky. I'm not sure if this is possible on official. I didn't completely line up here at the back, but it's fine. You don't really see that much. And it has a little bit of overlapping at some parts as well, but like underneath this, I'm not quite sure if this is possible unofficial, this overlap, but it does make for a cool effect. So I kind of just left it because it was the only way to make this vision work. I kind of just started building, and then yeah, I mean, the layers happened, and then I just connected everything together, I guess. But I am quite happy with the way it turned out in the end. Like I do like the end result. Of course, as I said, I need to start adding some more detail, bringing it to life a little bit more before I guess building more of the tree houses all around here. Now I'm not actually quite sure if I'm gonna build this style for everything, or maybe I'm gonna change it around a little bit, because I kind of also want to make like maybe an A-frame treehouse design or something like that. But maybe that will be just a separate tree somewhere else. But yeah, this is kind of cool, different style, different vibe. I'll probably be working on this more. If you have any suggestions, tips, or whatever, let me know down in the comments below. And if you want to see a tutorial on this build, let me know as well, because I might be doing one soon. But yeah, for the first treehouse build in years, basically, since playing ARK, I think this is pretty good. I kind of like the result. So yeah, I'm really in love with the event things. I look like a turkey still. I've recorded this during the turkey event. I don't know what time this is released. And the colors from the candy. It's just really fun having basically a different color dino every day. And the speed boosts are pretty nice too. So I hope they keep that around as well. Today, we're celebrating a little bit of Christmas time. The Winter Wonderland event has just started for me. Probably a couple of days for you if you're watching this. And yeah, I think it's time to decorate some of my builds and bases with this new edition. I've done one, but in this video we'll also actually build or decorate a base so that you can see how I do it. We'll see. There's so much that you can actually use. There's a lot more than I thought they would add. We got these little snowmen. Definitely they suit the snow biome the best, of course. The lights are actually incredible. I love them so much. There's a lot of lights. Like, there's a lot of lights on this house, but yeah, I actually really like the way they look and the way there's actually like color variations and stuff. It's incredible. It looks really nice and instantly turns your house into a way more festive one. Then I also have the new forge here. I love the fact that they're doing all these structure skins, and I hope they keep on doing that. And if this is an example of what the new adventure packs with the new maps are going to be like, then I would happily pay to get more skins, because for builders especially this is great. We got some nice decoration here as well, and it's a little bit cozy in here because of course this is my cozy little cabin. I did a tutorial on this, by the way, so if you want to build this for yourself you actually can. But yeah, it's a little bit crowded in here, but I did want to have a Christmas tree in here, so there we go. It's here, and we also have the smithy here as well. But yeah, it's a little bit crowded now with the tree, but you know, I do love the fact that they actually added it as well. And of course we have a sock there as well. So yeah, it's quite a little bit cozy, the Christmas vibes. But I wanted to start here because I feel like with the snow as well, it just really works. Now I have been grinding the new mistletoe and coal. I love the fact that it's a lot easier to get those than the turkey killing event. So yeah, we'll go to one of the other bases and we'll start decorating a little bit. We have so many Christmassy things that we can build and we can get, and then also we have so many skins to just unlock and to wear, which is of course always nice. So today I thought, you know, maybe we should actually decorate the base a little bit for Christmas. And the base is a very broad statement in my case, because we have a lot of bases, but because I am still working on some of the other bases, I was like, let's go back to the main base, like the one that kind of started all this craziness and took off the videos for ARK on my channel. So let's go here and start some decorating for Christmas, because there's absolutely a ton of stuff that we can make and that we should make. And yeah, I can't wait to get that started, because we have, like, we can make a Christmas tree, we can have a snowman. There's so many things that we can do here, so I feel like we should get started on that. I think I should have some carrots somewhere. Get going too much here, we'll go there. That feels like the perfect place for a little Christmas tree to get the spirit going. I absolutely love that they've added all of these things. Let's add a little welcoming snowman right here. And then before we do anything else, where do we want our Christmas tree? Because on the one hand, it could definitely be here on the inside. On the other hand, I think if I place it here on the outside, I'll see it more often than on the inside. Okay, let's see. So the middle should be this. There we go. Because I feel like if I place it here, I can also see it when I'm just moving around my base. That makes a lot of sense to me, I guess. All right, let's place one of these as well. Get the Christmas vibe going. Yeah, maybe I need to start make more trees and everything. Probably. Okay, now we should have a bunch of Christmas lights. Yeah, and even more on the way. So, ooh, I am very heavy though now. So let's get started with these. There we go. Just gonna start placing down a lot of these lights. Yeah, along the balcony feels like it makes a lot of sense as well. And then probably we also want them here. There we go. That should be right. Okay, let's do it on this end as well. Yeah, they snap on really nicely, which is good. Because I feel like you're doing this for, like, probably temporary. Like, you're not going to keep them around. Maybe I will, because, I mean, it's kind of nice to have some extra lights. But, yeah, you're probably not going to keep them around all year. So it's nice they snap on easily, so it doesn't take too much work to Christmasify your base. Really starting to feel like Christmas. I wish I could snap them on these railings as well, but I guess I can't. This feels like I also need Christmas lights on it, just because it's like the central thing I walk around all the time. Do I need any here? I don't know. I think I need them along these railings as well. We're just gonna start with this first house. Gonna Christmasify that, because this is... Even though I've built the workshop, I actually still spend most of my time if I'm at this base, because, gonna be honest, I am all over the place, because I'm working on so many different build projects. But yeah, that's nice. Why is this all... oh, I guess the other colors are on the other side. Okay, yeah, I get that. Okay, let's place the gifts under the tree. Probably no snapping, so we can just place them real nice and close. There we go. Oh, you can say what the gifts are for? Yeah. I'm gonna have to drop some stuff because I'm too heavy. I guess I'll put it in Creeper, because then I'll just fly with him. And we'll still have the stuff with me without losing it or forgetting it somewhere. And then the parachutes and stuff can go in there as well. Do you have a color boost? Nope. Because sometimes just doesn't load in. Oh my god, you are super Christmassy now. Yeah, I love the candies. I love that's the one thing I love the most about the turkey trials, the candy. The speed boost is very nice, but also just having a different color for your animal every day. Kind of nice. Changes it up. I think this is a good spot for a Christmas tree. In the hall. I don't think we would be using this as anything else than just getting around. Do we need a Christmas tree here as well? I haven't actually planted anything in these. So maybe for now we can just pretend that we are growing a Christmas tree here. Yeah, now at least when you're spawning here, you wake up, you have a Christmas tree. That's good. I like our resident sheep as well. Okay, let's see. I have the 3 socks for the 3 of us. So, I feel like they need to be here. On the fireplace. That's where they should go, right? There we go. That looks very festive. And then I guess we have the skins here as well. I love this skin actually. I wish they would also have the variation of this without the Christmas stuff, because I feel like this forge is so much nicer than the other one. But now it's just very Christmassy, so otherwise I would use it year round if it didn't have all the Christmas stuff. Probably still going to keep it for way longer than Christmas because I'm going to forget to remove it, but... Okay. There's only 2 presents, which feels kind of bad, but... Okay. This should be here. Yeah, that feels alright. And then we can do one on the outside as well. Or if you're landing with the bird. Okay. Ooh, we have the snowman as well. We can probably add one here. He's showing you the map. And then probably one here. I guess I'll add the presents here. There we go. Oh, I can actually make them for someone. Okay, they can actually open them. I don't know if there's anything in them or if I need to put stuff in them. I guess that's for them to find out. Can we? Spice up the T-Rex. Yes. He's very Christmassy now. Oh, I guess I can still craft Christmas hats for all the dinos. There we go. Very Christmassy. Oh, can we add some to the toilet? No, we can't. So, definitely, whenever you spawn, you want to have some Christmas lights. Whenever you go out the door, Christmas lights. I guess here as well, in case you use the stairs. Also, I don't know if you know this, little secret. This is the one item from the house that was next to this. The one bed is hidden in this basement. Okay, that's nice. We got some Christmas lights there. Can we do that on the inside as well? We can. I feel like this is the wall to have all the cute Christmas lights. Okay, so we have 23 more of them. So we can definitely add in some here. Let's see. We can have some lights there. All the Christmas. Yes, please. There we go. We have 9 more Christmas lights. We can actually just make this into a Christmas staircase. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a couple of more lights. Definitely think that this room is very Christmassy now. Okay, well, we can see what this looks like. What would be better? Maybe the top. Yeah, the top works. Oh, no, actually this... Oh, that's all I had. That's all I had. But I think when it gets dark, even though they don't need any power, they will actually give them some light. Because at the dark corner, you can see these are some nice lights. I don't know why they're a little bit buggy on these pillars, but it works. It works. Okay, I think... Ooh, that's pretty much everything we can do here. Let's run. There's someone here. Can't really run because I'm super slow. There we go. Very Christmassy. Okay. There we go. Now we're talking Christmas. Yeah, we need to kind of do these all around the room. There we go. I love this emote. What the hell? Noises. Weird noises. Alright. We can probably do some more... Oh, I don't have any lights anymore. Yeah, so let's do a little recap, I guess, of what we've created so far. We have a very Christmassy main base here. I love all the lights. Probably gonna keep those around for a long time. Like I might get rid of the Christmas tree earlier, but the Christmas lights, they are very nice. We have more Christmas vibes here. Yeah, very cool. And did we do anything on the inside? If I can, too fast. Gotta go fast. Yeah, a little bit, not too much, I guess. But you know, I spend too little time in my own workshop, and I have a feeling that I will spend even less time. Because we're trying to get all the good stuff in one place at the mountain base. So it makes a lot more sense to go there now. The little Christmas store definitely feels the most Christmassy by night if we look at all these little lights. All these lights, there's a lot of them. Yeah, this is definitely some nice Christmas vibes. Even a Christmas colored bird. There we go. Looking good. Looking nice. Looking very Christmassy. Indeed. It's too bad we can't see the other Christmassy bits from here, but yeah, this is full on Christmas. All the Christmas lights we could ever want or need in one place. And then it's time to go to bed, I think. It's very much almost time to go to bed. There we go. It is, let's check. 2 hours. 2 in-game hours, which is not, I don't know how long that is, but it's not that long, I think. Okay, let's do one more snow angel before we go to bed. Raptor claws should be with us any second, any moment now. To hopefully give us some presents. Because, you know, he knows when I'll... There we go. Okay, so he has arrived. Usually it can take a little bit for the actual presents to spawn in. There we go. That should be it. Okay. It's a primitive saddle. Is that what... I was super nice for a primitive saddle? I feel like that was not worth it at all. Oh, Raptor Claws scammed me. Okay, well... I guess we could chase him. We could chase him for some presents, but I don't know if I will. Yeah, I don't see him instantly. It's Christmas time, all right. I'm starting to work on the next addition to the Mountain Ruin base. I've just seen a lot of the reactions to the first build. Thank you so much. It's really nice to see. And I will try going forward to show more of my process as well, like what I'm thinking, what decisions I make, etc., etc. So you can see more of the process instead of the before and after. And as you can also see, it is Christmas time. The Winter Wonderland Fest is currently going on, which is pretty nice. Also got some great new colors. I actually tamed finally a couple of pterodons because I saw some cool colors. Then I bred them up, and this is the first little baby. So for the fast traveling, I now have a pterodon once again. And yeah, we built this in the last episode, or well, the last time we were here at least. And now I've actually done an addition, but I haven't recorded that yet because I basically instantly did that after the last time. But it's not too special. It's basically mostly this platform. So there's this structure here. There's no real way to get up here. And we wanted the forge somewhere so it would be very accessible, so you can just drop in the Anki and whatever you're dropping off, and you can access the forge really easily. And then again, move on very quickly to wherever the storage is. So yeah, that's what I did. I made this platform. Now again, as with most of the Ruins builds, usually what the hardest part is lining the first foundation. So what I did, I stood on this corner. I looked that way to see the line of the ruins going this way and that way. I think I used K mode as well a little bit to look around. And then I placed this first foundation, and then I see if it lines up this way by placing a couple of next to it. And I see if it lines up the other way by placing some on the other side as well. And as soon as I'm happy with those first 2-3 foundations, I basically start filling everything in. It worked pretty well because it lined all the way up to this one, and then I extended it by some ceilings because we wanted to make this bigger platform with the most incredible view of the surroundings. Like, this is a really cool spot to be waiting for your metal to melt down, because yeah, this is a pretty great view. But as I said, there's no natural connection here, so instead I built this little staircase going all the way down so it connects perfectly up here. Now this is one of the XP points here, and I was actually really happy as well with the way these pillars lined up, because this one is maybe a little bit on the edge, but this one very nicely in the corner. These two very nicely on the edge. That one also good. And this one almost perfectly on the end of this wall. So very happy with the way that turned out. And you can still enjoy this ruin, especially because the pillars are here. Kind of like that as well. Like, it just makes a lot of sense. But there's plenty of more buildings that I can start rebuilding. And there's, of course, plenty of other things that, well, maybe not too many things. But I'm sure I can think of some. And if you have suggestions, definitely let me know. But yeah, there's definitely some more additions to build. This is one of the bigger ruins that's still left to do. Not quite sure what to do with it yet. And then we have this ruin as well. Now, somewhere also probably gonna add a greenhouse of some sort. So I'm not sure where I want to do that, because I don't think we need a greenhouse majorly big. But yeah, there's definitely some space to be had here as well. We still need to move this out. I kind of don't want to do it because, well, it's not just my base, so I don't want to do it. But at some point, it's going to have to go here because otherwise I can't continue building. We've got some more protection up here because we've come to the conclusion that probably the best place to store the dinos is going to be up here. So what I might end up doing is maybe build like a little roof somewhere, a little bit of a, you know, safe and nice looking place for the dinos. Nothing with foundations though, because we don't want to have the babies glitch into the floor, which tends to happen a lot, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, that is the future projects. But so far, yeah, it's going very well. Happy with the new addition or the new addition of the Forge platform. I think that looks quite nice. And can't wait to get started on some more building. But as I said, I'll try to take you along for the process a little bit more than I did with the first build. I think I was just a little bit too excited and just wanted to get started as soon as possible and make sure that I had a building for them, for my friends as soon as possible as well. So that's why I kind of did it like in a day or two. So yeah, we'll try to show more of the next process. I think I'm gonna tackle that ruin next because one, it doesn't have any stuff in the way, and two, I feel like it makes sense. Then the first layer of this ruin is done, and then we slowly move up and beyond. I do have a couple of other additions that I want to build besides the ruins, which will be nice. But yeah, this is going to be a very cool base once I'm done with it. Okay, so it's a little bit later. I'm behind the first ruin that we transformed into a building, and I decided to build a little greenhouse on this little platform here because I don't think we need a very big greenhouse to begin with, and this was kind of like the perfect shape. You can still follow the path up and down very easily, and we have the room to do all the gardening that we want to do. Should work. We have a platform again because I just like the fact that you could just fly up here, park your bird very easily, do your thing, and you'll probably fly off because most of the time you're moving around on birds anyway. And then down there is the industrial forge platform that I showed you before. So slowly but surely the thing is coming together. This was just one of those small things that we definitely do need, but it doesn't really have to be super big, so it doesn't have to be a full-size ruin rebuild. Now, I think I'm not quite sure what building I want to do next. Like, there's a couple of things that we really needed when I started doing the rebuilds. One of those things that I think is most important is a place to breed dinos. Now, we've already discussed this, and we don't want it to be on a ceiling or a foundation because especially babies, they tend to sink into those and then they get stuck, and it's a whole ordeal, which is very annoying. So one of the places would be this, but it's not too big, so it will get very crowded. And at first, I personally thought of picking the place all the way at the end here, because there's also some space here. But again, it's not very big, and especially if you do like breeding for the boss fight, it would still get very, very crowded. So we come to the conclusion that the best place would be all the way up here on top of the mountain, because there's the most space here. It isn't very flat, however, so I'm not quite sure how to do that. So maybe what I'll do is over here basically build like not really a building, but maybe just like some kind of roofing, basically just like a little roof with some pillars. Maybe I have to check how I'll do that, because again, it isn't very flat here. It's kind of going right up here. And then maybe what we could do is, if we have the space, we could maybe make a bigger building here, just as like a dino parking barn. I don't know. But then again, like, this is the very, very top of the mountain. So if you build anything here, I feel like you want to make it look like a castle almost. So maybe what I should do instead is build like a castle-like structure, walls, I don't know, and then see if we can integrate like the places to breed and places to just park dinos, because as you can see right now, it's currently being used to breed these guys over here for the next boss fight that we're planning on doing. Yeah, so probably the most important thing is just having the big space and making sure it's accessible as well, because I think we still want to be able to yeah, grab dinos and stuff like that, because it's just very convenient. So if there's a big roof over all of it, wouldn't work as well. So I still need to figure out like the best way, the best idea to actually make this work and be useful. Then we have this structure as well that I can rebuild. Not quite sure like what the function. I don't know if we probably won't have a function for every building, because I mean there's so many stuff that I can still build, but if there is some function to it, I think that would be nice. But for the breeding, I think this is very much going to be the best place to do it. So yeah, we'll just have to see what we can do and what we can come up with to make this all work. I'm going to be continuing my work on the mountain ruins rebuild project, but we're actually working on the breeding zone on top of the mountain, because we don't want to use anything that has foundations or floors where dinos tend to glitch through. We found out that the top of the mountain is probably the best place to do that. Okay, so bear with me here. I'm on top of the mountain. It is night, so it is a little bit dark, but I wanted to show you more of the progress as I'm building everything that I'm gonna be building. So right now you can see some very weird and ugly foundation lines right here. Some of them are ceilings, some of them are just totally weird. Both sides of this have it right now. Oh, I got a couple of extras here that I need to still take out. And we got the big gate here. This is basically where it's gonna start. This is where the mountain ruin kind of ends. Oh, sorry for the noise. But yeah, the mountain ruin kind of ends. So this is going to be the big gate into our dino breeding area and or sort of castle thingy. Because I think I'm just going to build some like castle walls and try to make them look good. But the main problem is, of course, the insane height difference. Because there is where the thing is going to start, and it's gonna end up at least going until like this high over there, because that's like where this natural platform is. It might go further, I don't know, like, but at least this high it will have to be. And this is quite a little bit higher than where we start. So yeah, that's gonna be an interesting challenge to try and make a design that will still look good when going uphill. I don't know how far this needs to go through. We'll see. So we'll have a big space where we can easily have some dinos in here, and then I'll probably make some roofed bits with like a place where we can have the air conditioning. We can have, I don't know, whatever we need, whatever we want. But at least the walls are going to be the first big challenge, and probably after that I'll see what we can fit inside of it. Okay, as promised, I'm keeping you up to date to my process. Again, sorry for all the penguins here, but yeah, I've been doing some designing of what it could look like. I don't think I'm going to keep this. I think I'm going to get rid of it, because this behemoth gate just makes it too big, I think. Like, I feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense here on top of this mountain. Because, well, the one thing I can do now is keep the height of the wall, the top of the wall, probably the same everywhere, because it would line up pretty nicely with the top. But the thing that I have right now would basically become one big rectangle of a build, of a castle, which I don't think is gonna be the best look. And also, it's on top of a mountain. I feel like this is just too big. Like, it's just too tall to be here to make sense. So I think I'm gonna take it all down and start designing with a smaller gate, because I just asked my tribe as well, like, realistically, we're not gonna walk anything in and out of here. Like, you're gonna use cryopods or you're gonna carry it out. Like, yeah, you're not gonna walk down, because most dinos, especially the bigger dinos that need this gate, you can't even walk them out of the ruins anyway. So yeah, I don't think I need to worry about that too much. And if we build on a smaller scale, I think we can get something nicer and maybe a more organic shape. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take down everything, and I'm gonna start with basically placing again the wall foundations down, but just try to make a different and more interesting shape. But if you are looking for a very big wall design, you could probably do something like this. So what I've done is I've got these little bits sticking out with the stone roof. Then I've got stone roofs creating this shape with the quarter walls in between, and then connecting it like that. Like, I think it looks nice. It's all right. It's not too bad. But yeah, I'm not gonna keep it. So next time we'll see a different layout where I'm more happy with, hopefully. Okay, I've done another thing. I've done more planning of where I want the walls to be and how I want the shape of the castle to be. And I'm much happier with this way. Now, it's completely not designed at all yet. It's just flat walls, but yeah, I'm just trying to show off the process as much as possible. So yeah, this is the current shape. So we've got a gate here connecting to the ruins, and then we got these circular towers everywhere. And as you can see, let me try to get a little bit higher. Like, it's not just a normal square shape. This went pretty smoothly. The only part where it didn't quite line up was the part where I needed to connect it, but it's all right. It's not too much overlapping. Well, I guess that's what you get for trying to go this like random dynamic, and also because, of course, the weird shape of the mountain that I kind of still had to follow, of course. But I think this shape will definitely work out. So let's take a closer look a little bit over here. So the idea is that we have kind of these castle walls. Let me try and get in there. Should be able to get on top of it. So I have these castle walls. I have this big staircase in here instead of closing it off, because I figured you still want to have access to the top of the mountain. I might build something up there, like maybe like a cool building, maybe I don't know, something special, maybe a cathedral, I don't know, something crazy, something cool. Would be nice to have there as a building, I think. And for these walls, basically what I did, I started with where the gate was going to be. Then I just tried to basically lay down the shape with foundations all around. And then I decided on the height of the wall. I started over here. Then I made this tower platform. Then I went down a little bit to see where I could connect in a straight line to the next platform. But it does go down by one. That is because basically all of the rest until up there is on the same height, which is kind of nice, because I'm not going to build the interiors for all these towers. Like, I'm going to build from here upward, basically, because there's no use in building entrances in every single tower. We're never going to use all of that. So I just wanted you to be able to walk across the wall at least, go into the tower, go into the next part of the wall. So yeah, we have this all being the same height, which is kind of nice. Probably gonna build some kind of structure on top of this gate, because I feel like that's nice. That makes a lot of sense. And then we've got more of these circular towers and following the shape all the way along, which I'm quite happy with the results. And you have to go up there and whatever, because I haven't obviously finished at all. It was more just about getting the shape right, and I think I am much happier with the way this looks now, because the shape is just a little bit more organic, more interesting, and yeah, that's just a little bit nicer, I think. So now I can actually get started with building. I've got a couple of things to design. First off, I definitely need a good design for these circular towers, because I've got quite a lot of them. So they need to be somewhat cool, but not too spectacular, that if I have like, I've got like 7 of them. So I don't want them to be too crazy, because that will probably be a little bit too busy. And I need to design these towers. First off, I was just going to do a tower similar to what I built right there. Might still do that. We'll see what I end up with. And of course, we also have the little gate in between, so we can build some kind of connection between these 2 towers, which will probably be cool. Now, the reason why I wanted this big staircase is because obviously I don't want to close this all off, and I didn't want to make the castle too big. And I think I'm going to build something kind of cool, like a very cool building on top of here, just as like the focal point. I feel like it makes sense to have something cool on the mountain. I don't know if it will be like a functional building or just something that will be cool, and then we'll see whatever. Inside of the castle, though, I also still want to build some structures. All right, let me fly up once so you can see the entire layout for if you're crazy enough to try and build this yourself. This is kind of what the layout looks like. So those square towers are basically 3x3s, and then the circular ones are just like the basic circles with triangles and then going around again normally. And then most of the walls are like 7 long, I think. Yeah, most of them. Not all of them, obviously, but most of them are. I don't know if you're gonna be able to build this for yourself, but you know, if you're trying to copy some of the designs, I don't know. You might be able to. Okay, well, I guess it's time to actually get building and get designing some cool stuff. I don't know where to start first. Maybe the gate, maybe something else. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I have been at work trying to do some designing. So instead of, you know, going crazy and finishing the whole thing before showing you, I figured I'd do a little update. Probably easier for me to get into the air. So by no means do I have the entire design. I have been preparing a little bit of the like battlements of this castle wall very easily, but I have also been working on these towers. Now I'm going for a similar style as I did on the tower that's on the corner of the main building, just because I want to tie this whole place together, of course, and I feel like that is a good way. Also, I just really like these balconies, and now you have this nice view of the ocean right here, and I think even their ocean base is somewhere over there next to the swamp, I think. So yeah, it looks very nice. The gate is in, the tower is coming together for sure. I just need to add on the roofs, and I've also got a pretty decent wall design in my opinion. This one is completely done. Now it's nothing too fancy, but I think this will work. The wall's not that high anyway, and I think this is enough details to make it interesting enough that I can be happy with it. And also very important, it's easy enough, I think, to replicate along all of these walls, so that will be good. Let me show them a little bit closer if I can just land over here. So yeah, basically we've got these parts that are jutted out from the walls with these roofs beneath them to, you know, get an extra little layer, extra detail going. And then I have these windows or door frames, the tall door frames, and then some quarter walls inside. So probably not possible on official, unfortunately, but it does really look nice. Yeah, and then here we've got just normal stone railings with some quarter walls in there as well, just to add to these battlements. And yeah, that's coming together quite nicely. I still need to add stairs into these towers so that we can actually enter from below, because these towers are going to be one of the entryways that you can actually get onto the wall without a flyer, which should be fine. I mean, probably we're not going to be on these walls a lot. Like, it's not like it's a PvP base where we need to defend. So yeah, we're probably not going to be here a lot, but I still, you know, want to make sure it is possible. But I think I'm onto something now. I'm much happier with this design than I was with the big one. So I'm very happy that I took it all down, even though sometimes it can feel like a bit of a shame if you spend some time, you know, laying out a whole build. If you're not feeling it, Sometimes it's good to push through because you'll get to a point where you are feeling it. But sometimes it's also fine just to try again and try something new. And this, in my opinion, is much better. I think it wasn't necessarily the height of the build. It was more so the shape, which felt very boring. And now it feels a lot more interesting and a lot more realistic of what an actual castle would be like. Like, they usually aren't like straightforward. They have these weird shapes. So I feel like now it fits in way better with the runes as well. Now, of course, I've got a lot of building to do still. And I will also eventually, when I'm done with all the things, be painting these runes into the same color as we did the main building. So they will look a little bit more in place with these ruins, and of course also just with the building. But yeah, I just really like the color of this much more than the default stone, or at least for this build. It's also nice to have something different, a change. Same with the roofs of these buildings. I'll change them as well to the colors that we have on those main builds. But yeah, we're making progress. It's starting to come together and I'm very happy with it so far. Okay, slowly but surely the castle is coming together. As you can see, I've been walking on the walls, doing the same design I did on the front everywhere. And yeah, it's really starting to come together now. It's really starting to look like a proper castle walls. And then here on the ends, I have some plants so that we know the dinos are going to be safe in here, because they're probably going to be passive so they don't, you know, start running around every time something flies by. And then the plants hopefully will just take care of that. Yeah, very happy with the way the place is coming together now. It's really starting to look like a proper little castle now. Basically, all I need to do is design one of these round towers until I'm happy with the design, and then just copy and paste that 6 more times, I guess. So we're getting there. We're getting close, and then we can finally paint this thing to look like all the other places here. So yeah, that's going to be good. And then I still need to figure out whatever I'm going to be building on the top here, but I'm not sure that will be in the same episode. That really depends on how much time it's still going to take for me to build everything else. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the way this is turning out. So I built a castle as a dino pen, and I think it's turning out pretty good. So we're here on top of the mountain, of course, for the mountain ruin rebuild project, and we really needed a dino pen for all the breeding. And first I thought I would just build a roof because we didn't want any foundations on the ground, because dinos keep glitching through them. And then I thought, you know what, why not have like a wall around it? And that quickly turned into this castle that you've been seeing this episode. And now it is almost done. So I finally designed a tower for these round parts, and then I did that all around. Like, it is an overlap, a full overlap, because that's the only way to do it for the circular ones. But I think it looks all right. And then I changed one corner, actually. The one that didn't quite line up perfectly, I changed that from a round tower to the normal square one. Basically just to add some extra variation, because I had so many round towers already. And if you want to build the square tower yourself, actually there's now a tutorial up for that as well, so you can do it yourself. And I've started painting. All the roofs are now the twilight color, so a little bit dark purple shade. And I'm trying to paint all the rest of it to parchment, all these stone. This part, as you can see, is already done. Love the way that looks. Definitely prefer that a lot. Definitely makes the build a lot more unique as well. So I'll slowly but surely be painting all of this, and that is quite a lot of painting to do. But I like to do it at the end, because sometimes I change things during the building, and every time you pick something up, it changes back to the default color. So that would have been a pain as well. But yeah, very excited with the way this has turned out. I love the way this looks. I think that I'll probably still will be adding some like sheds and stuff in here, like maybe a little roofing in the corner where we can place some air conditioning for like hatching eggs, and then maybe a nice place for the cryo fridge and, you know, stuff like that that we definitely will be using a lot in this place. So I'll definitely be adding a little bit to it, but as for a nice little safe square where we can be, I think this is pretty good. I'll be looking into how to add some extra plants around to make sure it's also very safe, so everything here can be on passive without us having to worry about it too much as well. And then I think I definitely want to build something cool on top of this. I think I mentioned a cathedral or something, like something special, something like different that I haven't built before, I think would be nice. So if you have suggestions, feel free to leave them in the comments down below as well. The next ruin that I want to tackle is this big one on the end of the walkway. I'm not quite sure what the purpose will be. We'll try to include a room where we can have the penguins farming for polymer, I think it is. We might do that in this little building. We might just do that in the basement of this building. Not quite sure. I still need to look into like how much room I actually need for that. But first of all, we're just gonna try and fit a floor inside to see if we can line it up nicely with the walls, with the oh god, that's an awkward lining job. Yeah, just to see that we can line it up a little bit nicely. I think I'm going to start from this door, trying to line that up nicely. Then trying to line up this door. That would be really nice. And then if we can access the window in some way, that would be great as well. Maybe we can make another balcony out of that. That would be kind of nice. Yeah, if you're wondering how I do these things for ruins and stuff, I will be making a video dedicated to how to rebuild ruins, because at this point I've done quite a couple of them, so I think I know a thing or two. But just as we did last time when I was building the dino pen castle on top of the mountain, I'll try to show you as much of the progress and updates in between so you can kind of follow along with what I'm doing here. Okay, so I've done a little bit of work, basically lining up all the foundations with the right places. So with the front door, with that door at the back, with these little walkways, so that I have a nice little balcony to enjoy the view from. I even added in this wall. If you want to see a more detailed process of me doing this, I will be making a video on how to rebuild ruins, where I show a little bit of the behind the scenes of my thinking when I do these kind of builds. We got this wall going up there. Not sure if I'll keep these pillars in. I think it's a little bit too much, and I don't really like the look of that much. I do like that I have all these windows. I'm probably gonna add in a wall around here if I can line that up, although it doesn't really line up that well with the window, so we'll see, because we might already have a wall here in the middle, or not at all. Maybe we'll just use this as a big room. Not quite sure what we're going to use this building for still, so I don't know. We got the big windows here in the front. We got this little weird part here though, so there's a door to the balcony here, which is big enough so that you can land the bird here basically and enter the build from here as well. And then we got another little balcony on this side again to enjoy the view of the rest of the island from this side. So yeah, I think it turned out pretty well. Kind of happy with the way everything manages to line up. That's always the tricky part, the hardest part. And then, well, now the building really starts. Now you can design any build you like, which is what I will be doing next. But yeah, quite happy again that it has worked, that I managed to kind of line everything up. That's always the real struggle with any of these rebuild projects. And now I'm probably gonna do some research on how to actually build like the polymer farm with the penguins, so that I know what kind of space I need for that. Try to build that in somewhere. Maybe it can fit down here, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to fit it somewhere else up here. I want to know that I have the right space for that before I start building, because I at least want to include that into this, because that's something that we really need. Because right now we basically got a bunch of penguins right here in front of the dino pen, which are, yeah, you know, kind of annoying. And I think our Pelagornix actually starved to death as well. So yeah, probably gonna have to make sure that we have a nice little room where those penguins can be and figure out how that farm works and get a new Pelagornix. But that might be something that my tribe does, because I will be doing the building. So yeah, that's I think the next step for this build. But I'm excited because that will mean that we actually have a purpose for at least part of this building, which is nice because most of this building is just gonna be for show. So it's nice to know that at least part of it will be functional. So many trees here again. This tree might have to go. We'll see, but I think it's going to interfere too much with this house because it's already, yeah, it's going to have to go, I think. That's a shame, but I think it's going to be a necessary sacrifice because, yeah, it kind of looks weird and we still have to build something on top as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, you will have to go. Okay, I might have gotten a little carried away during the building of this, and I want to try something a little bit different. I've got some of the balconies now in place. I've got again a tower here on the corner. Decided to go for a wooden design instead of the combination with stone that I have over there. Gonna have a second one that will be stone here just to again include some variation. And then for the building, for the roof, I decided to go for more of like a mansion or like a keep looking design with this more stone building. And then I'm gonna still paint the roofs, of course, so it's a little bit light right now. Kind of like the way it turned out. It's a little bit of an oddly shaped building, so in some positions like right there there's a little awkward corner because of the tower and because of the way the ceilings lined up with the interior of the existing ruin. But I can live with that. That's fine. That's fine. Overall, I'm quite happy with it. I still need to, of course, finish off this roof design because right now I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Maybe I'll just do some greenhouse ceilings so that we get in some extra light. But yeah, the design is quite nice. I think it will change quite a bit once I start painting it. It will probably look a little bit different. I'm still gonna add in some extra details. I need to start adding in windows because right now everything is just empty. But let's also take a look on the inside because, well, there's no interior yet, but there is this weird little box which kind of, oh god, there's apparently now a raptor here as well, and I don't have my weapons on. I have my building stuff on. But anyway, this little box is actually where we're gonna be doing, oh my god, look at the raptor. We're gonna be doing the penguin stuff for like polymer and stuff. So I've got a little farm here. I'll link the tutorial that I used for this, or well, tutorial, the preview, I guess, of the way this works. You have the oviraptor here. Penguins go in this little corner. They're not here yet. And then you can just hatch the eggs and kill them right here. The reason there's no foundations or ceilings is that sometimes babies or eggs tend to glitch through that. So that's why there's nothing there, so that doesn't happen. It does invade a little bit on the space of this building, but to be honest, otherwise it was probably not going to be used for much. And this is the second floor. We got the generator and the cryopods here. Got access to our balcony over here to enjoy the view. Got a little landing platform out here, so you can easily land your RG or whatever and access the building if you need to. And then we got another stair up to the main part of the building where we have the two towers on the corners as well. Yeah, and for the rest, I generally don't know what we're going to use the building for because we definitely don't need that much more in this base. We have a lot already. But, you know, gotta renovate all the ruins, and I think this is gonna be a quite interesting one. I really tried to challenge myself going for a different roof and a different design altogether than what I normally do, because, I mean, it would be pretty boring if I would just build the same design everywhere, every time. So, yeah, I think this has definitely got some potential. I just need to finish off a little bit of the details, but, yeah, I think it will be nice. Alrighty, there we go. It is pretty much done exterior wise. I decided to make the second tower a little bit higher and completely out of stone, as you can see. Also did the roof the other way just to have a little bit more variation in the building as well. I do really like the way this turned out. It's a little bit different. As I said, it's a little bit more of like a mansion looking, especially the roof. I decided to go with glass in the middle I debated leaving it just open so you could fly in, but I mean, for now at least, we're probably not going to really use the house that much. But yeah, I do think that if you look at the whole place now with the castle on top, the main build all the way to the left, the forge in the middle, it's really starting to come together and really starting to look like a very cool place indeed. So let me just land over here and let's do a little walkthrough of what we have so far. So right over here, all the trees have come back, so it's quite green. We have a little ruin here as well that I basically managed to fit in some foundations and then connected it up to the roof. I'm not quite sure what I'll do with this, but I just decided to, you know, at least fill it in. And then here we come to this side of the building. You immediately see the cool tower hanging over there. You see this ruin structure and you can just enter straight away. We got this little room on the inside where you could fit a lot. You will also hear some noise because, as I said, the penguin farm is over here. I'll show you that in a little bit. Yeah, we got a little balcony to enjoy the view. Very nice, very nice. There's a feeding trough hidden behind the stairs to feed everything that's in here. And then again, this connects to the rest of the ruins, will lead to where the forge is and where the main building is. And again, this is the view from this side. I really love the view with the towers and stuff. Really looks nice. And then in here, of course, the main purpose for this build is this little penguin farm. So we got penguins breeding in here. Oviraptor picking it up, and then whenever you want, you can just grab some eggs. You can place them here. They should be quite quickly with all the air conditioning around here, and then you can just feed them with this little guy. That is a very pretty bird. Very pretty indeed. And yeah, it works pretty well. That's a good thing for us to get some polymer. And let me just close the door and give them some privacy again. So yeah, that's all working very nicely and at least has some... Oh, I forgot one square to paint it. Yeah, at least gives a little bit of function to this building as well, which is always nice. Then we can go up. We have got some nice windows here that are still intact. Also quite dangerous because you can just walk through them. Then we got them here, but then I've turned it into a balcony again to enjoy the view again a little bit more. We've got some nice windows over here, and we've got a bigger balcony that can actually serve as a landing platform. If you want to go here, you can land your bird here because downstairs on these walkways isn't the best. And some protection just if there are any RGs flying around. You know, sometimes they mess with us. So yeah, that is this level. And then we got, of course, another floor, which is the top floor where we have the nice sunlight coming in from the roof, which is always nice. We got a little balcony here just to enjoy the view of the rest of the ruins. And then, oh, I forgot some painting here as well. I painted at night, so that's why it's a little dark and a little hard to see sometimes. We've got a small, very small balcony here again, just to enjoy the view. And then we got the wooden tower here, the stone tower on this side, and we've got the other balcony on this side again, and this is a little bit bigger, so you can also use it as a flyer landing platform. So yeah, again, pretty happy with the way this turned out. It is one of the bigger ruins that is here, and I wanted to try something a little bit different while still tying it into the rest of the builds. That's why I added the towers to still have a similar look to the rest of it. It's a little bit of a gap between them, but there's nothing that we can do about that. We got this little building here still to do. What I might actually do is make a little pen over here and then maybe put some offices in there or something. That could be kind of nice. And then up here we've got our other ruin that I still need to do. It was the temporary base. Now it's not, so still need to turn that into something, I guess. And then, of course, we have the castle dino pen that we built last time, but now it's completely painted in parchment color. So you can see all the walls are now the same color as everywhere else, which looks really, really cool. Makes it look really, really unique as well. Someone suggested actually using peach because it might match the ruins even better. I haven't tried it yet. I will definitely try it. I probably won't use it here just because then I would have to paint everything again. And I can't be bothered with doing that. But I'll probably build more in ruins in the future anyway. So then I'll give it a go. And we can see if it matches up nicely then. But yeah, this place is really starting to come together which is amazing. It's really, yeah, quite a big base, but also it's starting to look really, really cool. If you look at it from here, you have like the main base, you've got this new base, you've got the castle on top. It's just looking really, really cool. As you might know, I've been rebuilding these ruins and turning them into functional buildings and trying to make the place look good. And since I've done a couple of buildings so far, I thought it would be nice to kind of walk around everything, show you around of everything that is there right now, and maybe discuss some of the future plans that we might be able to squeeze in just before we go to the center and scorched earth. Now, if you have any suggestions or what else to add, especially for the buildings that haven't been rebuilt yet, please let me know down in the comments below. If you enjoyed the video and you like what you see, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to my channel, and if you want to show even more support than that, you can also become a member from the low price of €1 up. And let's get started in this little temple gardeny area where we have this nice structure, and we just turn this into a nice place to have all the artifacts. Now, this is the main base that my friend started with on the server whilst I was off in the other ruins. Now, of course, I basically hang out here a lot of the time as well. But yeah, these are almost all of the artifacts. We're just missing 2 here. And yeah, it's just a nice relaxing place where you can enjoy this awesome view up on the mountain. And then we have the first big ruin here that was also actually the first one that I rebuilt, and I really like the way this turned out. You've got this little side piece hanging off from the ruin that I really like. We got this round tower here, we got the other tower there. The square tower I actually made a tutorial on if you want to build it for yourself. They don't really serve that much purpose, but they do look very cool, and they make the ruin and the build in a whole, and they make the whole build together just look less square and less boring. So let's go into it and show you around a little bit of the actual base that we are using, because this has now become pretty much the main base for the entire server. Got the cryo pots here, got some fridges here. Got some cool paintings here. We had a lot more of them, but we started getting some trouble with this place, specifically this building, crashing us out, and we weren't quite sure what it was, so we removed some of the lights, removed some of the paintings, and it seems to have gotten better, but it is kind of a shame because my tribe mate, my friend, she made a lot of these cool paintings from some of the caves. For some reason, she also put the chemistry bench in this corner, whilst we have all this space all around, as you will see. And then my favorite lovely little balcony here that works very well. Got the very important room over here with the toilet in there. You have to have that, of course. And this is all painted in the parchment color to make it look a little bit older than it usually is. And I think this is actually the peach color that someone left down in the comments, and we tried it out. It does look really cool, but we're not going to repaint all of the ruins because that just takes too much time. And as you can see, this is the main storage here. We have a lot of vaults with everything sorted very well, which is actually nice because usually when I build a base and make some storage, it's just all in there. No organization whatsoever. And then here on the corner we have all the crafting stations that we need. Now let's go up another floor into this ruin. This is a place that we don't really use that much. There's a grinder here, but yeah, we don't use that that often. There was a lot more paintings here, but again, we had some problem and we tried to figure out what it was. But yeah, it's kind of a shame because it does look really cool having them around, and they fill up the walls quite nicely as well. For the rest, we haven't really used this room a lot, as you can see, because we basically have so much space that we don't really need it. But you know, I can't just let that stop me from building a cool build and trying to, you know, fill up the entire ruin. Then this is basically the top of the ruin. So this is an extension that I built to balance it out with the other side, because that was slightly bigger. And then we got this little hidden basement almost bit down here as well, because, you know, I just needed to fill up the space. It doesn't serve a lot of purpose, but, you know, just using the space that is available. If we wanted to, probably this one building could serve us for everything that we need. Now here we have this main building here. This is the main hallway. The Christmas decorations used to be here, but they're now all gone, so now it's quite empty again. Just this one fridge. Then these are just all beds to respawn. Quick access to everything, because you can go up, down, and out here to this little inside courtyard where you can see a little bit more of the actual building here. Oh, there's still some Christmas decorations hiding down there at the T-Rex. And we've got a random overs here and some of these guys and a little bit of protection. The generators out here trying to support all of this building. And we got some water here as well. So if you ever need a drink, you can just run out here. And then you've got access to this tower, which has a flyer platform on the outside. If we want to land some birds here, you can quickly access the base build. Ooh, we actually did these flags as well with some nice looking mushrooms. And then of course you have the tower. There's nothing really in here. It's basically just a place where you can have an even better view of the island, I suppose. And it just looks nice, of course, but you gotta build the stairs, like otherwise it would be just a waste of space. At least now you can enjoy some of the views. Same with the round tower, doesn't really serve a purpose. Well, you can go all the way down here as well if you want to go round and round and round, and you can go up here. I placed this thing here. I don't think we'll actually use it that much. I think it was on the previous build, like the base that my tribe mates had. And I think she said she was trying to shoot down some passing Quetzals when they came here. So I just placed it back. Not sure that the Quetzals ever returned. But yeah, you know, you have it. It looks cool. And then we can go up into the main building, which does actually serve a purpose. We got the world map here. Oh, we got still some Christmas decorations over here as well. And then this is basically just where we can cook all the food. We got a little fridge. Oh, some more Christmas here that hasn't quite gotten rid of. And another flyer platform, because this is probably a place you will visit a little bit more, because all the cooking stuff and all the food and etc. is here. And then I also managed to build a little connection with the tower again, just to make it even more easy to access. Trying to convince someone to actually use my tower. And of course, as always, nice views. And that is about it for this build. Let's quickly go outside and down to my mount so we can enjoy a little bit of a better view there as well. So there we go. So that is the main build that we've got going on here. Yeah, again, I really like how this build turned out. I think it's got everything we need. It's got different levels, which always work really, really well. This is probably one of, if not the ruin that I'm the happiest with of all the ruins that I've rebuilt so far. But I'm sure there will be many more, if not on this map, definitely on some of the future maps as well. So let's continue on actually with following the path of the ruin, because if we move on over here, we will find a little greenhouse. Now, this build is nothing really that special, and we're actually not even using it, but I just like it because it's basically just the way the road works in these ruins. So if you follow the road, you'll automatically have to pass through this. Again, I built this flyer platform on the outside. I just like that because, let's be honest, most of the time people are moving around on birds, especially if you live on this mountain, because it's not really very easily accessible by any other dinos. So the best way is just to fly around, and then it's nice to have those flying platforms everywhere so you can easily land them at every building and access them, because people are lazy. People don't walk around. I think I'm the only one that actually walks around a lot. I get ridiculed for parking my dino far away. But it's fine. And then over here we got the next ruin. Let's spark down here, where there's also the nice XP point. But yeah, this is another one. This is a special one because there's no natural connection to the upstairs. So I had to build that as well, which I made out of wood, just as kind of like scaffolding look, I guess. And then this platform didn't quite line up, so I made it one shorter. And this is all for mostly just for show, just to have some decoration, because all we needed was a platform for the industrial forge, so we can easily smelt our stuff and then go wherever we want to go. And the reason that it's on a platform without a building around it is just so that you can easily drop off the Anki, put everything into the forge and smelt it, and then get on with your business again. So yeah, it's an easy build, but I think it works very well. And I kind of like that as well. Sometimes, of course, you build just very intricate stuff, very cool looking builds. But in this game, where it's all also about survival, it's sometimes also nice just to really build something with a purpose in mind and just doing something that actually functions very well, which is definitely what this build had. Then we got the more recent build, the most recent build actually, over here. Let's land down here. We still have a little ruin over here that I haven't rebuilt yet, just made like the basic shape for. Not quite sure what to do with it, honestly, because this inside is so small and there's so many big pieces in here that you can't really do anything with it. And then, I mean, we could, I guess, build something on top. So if I have time before we move on to the center and whatever, I might rebuild the building, but I'm not sure that it will actually have a function. This building is quite big. Again, it's got the square towers and everything, but it does have a function. Only one, so the rest of the building, I guess, is more for show. Again, we have these balconies that I really like and enjoy because they're just attached to the outside. It has the polymer farm in here, which, you know, that's the only function this building serves. And for the rest, it's just a nice way to rebuild these ruins again. There's some, of course, my famous flyer platform here, so you can easily park, even though you would have to go downstairs. So probably you would just land on the walkways. And then we've got this whole room, so easily someone could live here. Yeah. It was proposed that I would make my new home here, because of course I'm also living in my other bases, but I don't think I could live with the noise of the penguins all the time. Not a fly platform, and also a great view of the rest of the map. Yeah, this was a little bit of a different build. Let me get back to my mount so I can actually show you around on the outside. But yeah, I really enjoyed doing this build, and I really wanted to try and build something a little bit different compared to what I usually do. Okay, so the one thing that does come back is the square tower. It's very it's the exact same as the other one. This one is a little bit higher though, so that we have a little bit of height, and then this one is made out of wood just to have the variation going on. But the actual build is different as well. We've got some of these balconies. As I said, I just love these because it really looks like they're just attached to the ruins. And then for the main building and the main roof, you can also see that I tried something a little bit different. Something more looking like maybe a mansion or a castle keep design roof, which I just wanted to do something a little bit different. I think it turned out pretty nice. But yeah, it's a pretty big build because it's a pretty big ruin, and all we really use it for is the polymer at the bottom. But you know, that is life. At least the whole place together with everything is really starting to look very nice right now. And then up here we got another bigger ruin that I do want to start rebuilding soon, maybe now, especially now that the issues with the crashing seem to have gone. We have a little bit of room down here, and then we have basically the top of the ruin right here, so that's where I could build the actual building or house. Now we do have a little bit of space down here. Oh, there's someone asleep here, but not a lot, as you can see, because again there's quite some rubble in here. So I'm not quite sure what kind of building I would build here, if it would have any function. Maybe this could be my house. I don't know if I need a house because honestly I don't use my houses that much, but we'll see. And of course then we have the castle over here, which is now mostly in the clouds. That is one of the issues of living up on these mountains, especially if you play with these the high graphics and these cool clouds in the fog. For now I'm going to turn off the fog just so that we can actually see the entire castle. There we go. Now we can actually see the entire castle. This of course is also a recent build I did. This is just our dino pen and breeding pen basically. We just needed a lot of space where we could easily breed dinos, have them not glitch through floors and stuff. And for this ruins on the mountain, the only big place is of course the top of the mountain. So that is why I built this dino pen. And as you can see, we're currently in the middle of breeding a lot of Rexes for one of the boss fights and possibly also for the tech cave at the end. And we also have a lot of these guys for the other boss fights, which hopefully we'll be doing soon as well. I'm trying to level up to 100 so I can actually face the dragon as well. But yeah, this is where we now have plenty of space for all these lovely Rexes to be bred and to form an army. I think we're quite far. I've done some breeding today and I think we're getting there numbers wise. We also have some of these stegos because I've heard that for the last tech fight, I've never done it by the way, but I know for the last like end fight, stegos can be a nice choice because you can't be knocked off of them, which sounds lovely because I've done the ice cave where all the Palovias are, and that is just very annoying. So yeah, that is this nice little dino pen castle. Then it leads up to these grand stairs. This is the King Duty. He's just, you know, watching over his subjects down here. And I might build something on top of here as well if I still have the time before we get the new map. Kind of the center moving forward. However, it is very, very cool. Don't get me wrong. It's very cool to get a new map earlier than we expected. But it does mean that all the projects that I kind of started because I thought I had so much time on the island now feel like I want to make sure that I finish them before I make too many promises to both myself and to you watching these videos. So I'm trying to be realistic about how many of them I can actually get done. Now, of course, I could still finish projects once the center is released. But let's be realistic. As soon as the new map drops, I'm gonna want to play on that and build on that. Just at least for the first couple of days, weeks. So I'm not quite sure what we will do. I know that in the old ARK you would be able to set up clusters, so you could link servers, you could hop back and forth with the same character. If that is going to be possible again for Ascended, I hope so. I hope they will include that right away. We probably will set up something like that so that I could just hop back and forth with the same character, which would be nice. And then I, at some point, probably will finish all the projects that I have still going on, or maybe you know, add some new additions to this place as well, because I have big plans for this place still, even though we already built here a lot. But yeah, we'll see what the future brings us, I guess, because if I can't do those builds here, I'm sure I can do them on one of the future maps that we'll still be getting. But yeah, I have really enjoyed rebuilding these ruins. I will probably soon continue rebuilding them, because now that the crashes should be solved here, which we at first we kind of thought it might have been the builds, but I don't think that is the case. So hopefully, since we seem to have kind of fixed it, I can continue building here, because I would kind of love at least to rebuild all the ruin structures so that at least the ruins have been completely rebuilt. Now, as I said in the beginning, if you have any suggestions or ideas that I could integrate to some of these builds, especially the two that still need to be finished, please leave them down below. Maybe that could be like an actual function that would be handy in game in ARK, or just a type of structure or building that you would like to see on one of these ruins. That one is kind of small, of course. That one is a little bit bigger. Please let me know down in the comments below, and maybe I can take some of your suggestions and use them in whatever I'm gonna build and design there. Okay, so I've actually never tamed a Giga before, but I think I managed to get one stuck here because I've been looking for them, and finally someone spawned here and it didn't die to the lava. So right now it's stuck here, and I'm just gonna try and tame it, I guess. I don't know. I think it's stuck. It was trying to get out. It did get hurt a little bit by the lava, so I don't know how much health it has. So maybe I'll drop off something that is dead first. Because I kind of don't want to kill this one. And so far it seems to be working. I've never tamed one before, so I have been looking, but they don't seem to be spawning that often on our server for some reason. But I finally got one. I think it's also pretty decent level, but yeah, I'm not gonna get any closer than this, I think. Hopefully this just will work, and I can finally have a Giga for once, I guess. Not sure what I will use it for, but still fun to have. Oh, it's moving. That could be a good sign. Did you try to push me off? Please don't. Oh, we got it. We finally did it. Oh my god. That took a long time, and that took me many crossbows. Luckily, I had them in the rhino. There we go. It's asleep. Now let me get some food. Okay. Found some mutton. And now it's eating. It's going well. So we might actually do this. Oh my god. We actually did it, and it's a pretty cool color as well. Okay, let's take away this gate so that hopefully we can get it out of there. Otherwise we'll have to use a cryopod, but damn. That's a big girl. Alright, let's see. Oh my god. Achievement unlocked as well. Yep, we can just about squeeze out. Oh my lord. This is pretty cool. All right. Well, now I don't have to worry about Giga spawning near my base for a while, I think. Let me see what side. Oh, down there, I think. There we go. That's the valley that we need to be. Is my flyer coming or not? Oh, we got an alpha here. That might be good. Oh yeah. That's some pretty decent damage. Can't even touch me. Okay, now we're gonna be completely full on stuff though. Oh, the last remainders of the Wonderland are still here. Okay, well that's a pretty cool addition to the squad. I'm just gonna bring it on back home. I think it will still fit, even though I'm slowly starting a little bit of a Rex army. Yeah, that's definitely a cool new addition. I might put it in a cryopod because it is gonna take quite a bit of space. But for now, we'll be able to just admire it here. I might just leave it here. Well, we have some space. And even though I tamed it in a trap, I mean, getting it in a trap was already quite exciting enough. Luckily, we have this this guy to fly around, which is pretty nice for such things, because, well, the way you can just move around on this is pretty good, pretty fast. So, yeah, there we go. My first ever Giga. That's a milestone for sure. Okay, so I've spent some more time hunting down some Gigas, killing some of them, and also getting some more decent level ones. And now, this is the first offspring that is actually very decently levels. No mutations though, unfortunately, yet. I might keep breeding them in the future. But it has been a fun distraction from building, you know, having some breaks in between going out to find some Gigas. Tamed the second one together with some help from my tribe. And then I found 2 more to tame, slightly better leveled. And this one is pretty damn strong. I've been out here leveling it a little bit. And yeah, it's a good one. It's definitely a lot of fun just to be out on the Giga. They're quite strong. Now, hopefully we can run into some dinos to test it out. But we have just cleared the server after the Christmas event, so it might take some time for us to get some dinos in here. But I see some pigs and other things spawning in, so we can try it out a little bit. But yeah, it's a decent level. It does some good damage, and it's just so much fun running around on these because they are just so damn strong. And yeah, as I said, it's just been nice to have a little bit of a break from building, or whenever I needed a break from building, just to jump on one of these or work on getting them. Yeah, the damage on this though is very, very good. So yeah, these are currently the stats after leveling a bit. I'm just leveling Lee. I think it was like half of this maybe when I started. Yeah, it's so much fun. It is so much fun. They're so strong. They're so big. I'm not quite sure if I can take them into the tech cave. I don't think I can. I know I can't take them into any of the boss fights or the end fights, but I think they might be able to go into the cave. I hope so. That would be nice. If you know, please let me know. Because we'll probably be working on doing the cave some point soon, hopefully. We still have 2 bosses to do. I need to level up the slightly more to get to level 100 so I can actually do all of the bosses. We've only done the spider so far on all 3 difficulties. I think the other ones we're just gonna do on the highest difficulty immediately, and then go for the tech cave. I think that's good. I've never done the tech cave, so quite excited to do that. But yeah, I will be getting back to building, don't you worry. I just needed a little break and do this. As you can see from my waypoints, the Treehouse village. Well, it's not really a village, is it? It's just the one building. Working on that tutorial as well. You might have already seen it. You might see this first. I'm not quite sure what video I'll be able to get done earlier. But yeah, it should be fun. The one problem I have now that I have these Gigas, well, I've only one out right now, and all of them are in cryopods because they take up so much space, is do I need a bigger base now? I don't know. I might be, but no, I think I'll be fine. We'll be going to the center and Scorch before you know it anyway, so yeah. But yeah, it's been great fun riding around the Giga, and you know, finally having this for the first time. Somehow never really tamed one before, but yeah, I've been really enjoying it. Just a lack of things to kill right now, but they'll be back, and I'll be back. So yeah, that's been fun. Oh, also, I've been working on the caves. I've done all the caves now. I've gotten all the artifacts myself. I did that mostly as a part to level up. Because I think my tribe already had most of the artifacts, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I leveled up, and there's a lot of XP to be had in those caves, and it's also a fun achievement. So yeah, watch me do a cave here. So we're doing the cave on Carno Island, and that means getting rid of a lot of these onyx. Like, there's so many of them. But, you know, all Barry Onyxes have leveled up quite a bit from all the other caves, so It's very doable. The only annoying thing, of course, is getting sick because you get bitten by them and then having to wait around for it to cure and then fight even more of them and getting sick again and having to wait around again so you don't end up dying. We kind of forgot to bring antidotes. I did find one of them in my dino because I never cleaned them out. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I like doing these guys as breaks from building, especially like, you know, having some of the adventure. And in this case also trying to level up so I can do all the bosses. So I'm trying to be very sneaky here, trying to get a explore note without triggering all of the Onyx, because well, I did find one medicine in my dino to heal up. My tribe mate was very low at this point, so she didn't really want to fight, but cleverly we decided to set out the baryonyx on their own so they could just find them and we could stay at a safe distance and not get sick again, which, you know, one of the more clever ideas to finally get one of the last artifacts that we still needed in our hands. And soon, hopefully, we'll be fighting the remaining 2 bosses before going finally to the tech cave in time for the new maps to arrive. Today I'm continuing the rebuilding of the mountain ruins, and we're actually gonna try and finish the last 2 remainders. We're gonna build a small little farm and we're gonna renovate the last big ruin into my own personal home. Well, we're not quite done here at the mountain ruins because we have some buildings that still need to be rebuilt, like this very small one. I'm probably not gonna do much with this bottom floor because, well, with all this rubble in here, it's kind of difficult, but we have made a place to breed or ovis, as you can see. They're all very nicely lined up right here. I made this little fence around. I don't know why, just for looks probably, because they're not wandering around. Maybe we'll have them wandering around at some point if we're not actually actively breeding them. Right now we're using them mostly to get as much hide as possible because we're trying to craft a lot of blueprints for rack saddles for the boss fights that we have coming up. So we need a lot of hide, and this in combination with that guy over there is quite a nice and easy, efficient way to do it. So that's why we're breeding an army, basically. So yeah, this gave me an idea because now we have this little farmy bit at the end, which I actually kind of like because it has a proper function. So what I think I'm gonna do is on top of this ruin, I'm gonna build something like a little barn or shed or stable looking building. Just because I feel like that makes sense. So just build a little thing on top of here. I would love to be able to connect it with some stairs because that would be nice, but I think that's going to look very strange because it's quite a high building, because the stairs would have to start somewhere here going down there. That would probably look very strange, unfortunately, but at least we can make nice little building on top of here that will make this whole area look a little more like an actual farm as part of these ruins, which is kind of nice, I think, because, you know, again, it's going to be actually used for something. So yeah, that's probably going to be the next build I'm going to start around here. And I've done some building down here. Again, as I said, didn't really do anything with this. I don't think we're going to use this, so I just made some doors in case we want to access it. But yeah, it's pretty much hidden away. Still need to paint everything as well. And then we got this little pen, of course, for the sheep that we already had. I did manage to make a ramp that looks kind of okay-ish. Let's actually just take a sheep and go up it. Yeah, it's a nice simple ramp. It just about fits around this ruin. And then you get to the stables, which are nice and simple. Just some doors, some wooden doors with some room behind it. I don't think we'll actually start using them for now. Just because we're actually actively breeding these to get a lot of hide very easily. But maybe in the future we'll use them. And otherwise, it's just a nice thing to round off the ruins rebuild. Yeah, I think it looks nice. It's like a little farm at the end of the ruins. I think it has a very nice place at the base like this. I love all the sheep army that we've now created. And yeah, quite happy with the simple, stable shed. This could actually also be probably a pretty nice starter stable if you just look at the top structure. Like, it's very easy to build early on to keep your dino a little bit safer, I suppose. And then we're gonna move on to the last ruin. I already did a little bit of planning of the structure. It's this thing that was also the temporary base. I made this little landing platform for flyers if I want to park them here. This will probably just be a place where I can store some dinos if I don't want to cryopod them and still keep them here. And then on top, I've already kind of lined out where my house is going to be. So that's going to be the main structure for this build. This should be big enough. Well, it's going to be way too big for what I need because I don't need to store all the materials. And on these corners, I'm probably going to add some different shapes to make it a little bit more interesting. Not quite sure about that yet. Probably a tower, but I don't know which one. I don't think I will use the same square tower that we did for the previous build. So maybe a little bit more round, maybe something new. I kind of want to add a dome somewhere, but I don't know what. But yeah, this should be a fun build. I'm kind of excited. This probably will be my final home in ARK Ascended, on the island at least. There we go. I have once again done some work. We're not quite there yet, but thought I showed you a little bit of the in-between. As you can see, I will add a tower on the corner. Might be similar to this one, might be similar to the one we did for the first building. I'm not quite sure about that yet, but I do like the way it looks. Now we have this big circle. It will either be a dome, or I might actually use it as parking for my big guy, because it can't actually fit in any of the other places. So yeah, I made a bigger circle here. Yeah, not quite sure what I will do with it. Either a dome or a parking lot. We'll see what we'll do. This is going to be the home. It's not there yet, but the structure's here. We have a very nice view of the obelisk here, which I kind of like. And then we have some windows in there already. This probably will just be a little square in front of my house, like the inner courtyard, I guess, to access everything. And then this tower will probably go up a little bit more. Kind of depends on what I do next to it. Also has some balcony already to enjoy the nice views of the surroundings. But yeah, it's coming together. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on building. All right, I have kept going with the building. The main house is pretty much there. I just need to do the painting, of course, but I kind of like the way it turned out. We've got some balconies. We've got a nice wooden structure on top. It has plenty of space. And yeah, I think this might be the parking lot now. I don't know. We've got some pillars in the front. Not sure if I'll keep them or actually build something. Yeah, we got these balconies on both sides as well. And then we got plenty of space, of course, here with the view. We got the stairs going down into, or basically, I guess, a parking for other dinos if we want them. I can't have a generator, unfortunately, because we're too close to the other buildings. And we have too many in this area already, which kind of sucks, because then I can't have my own cryopod storage, etc. So yeah, but I don't think there's anything that I can do. I don't think there's settings you can change for that. Yeah, this is going to be the interior. I have to start decorating all of this. It's quite a big space, but I mean, it's going to be my home, so I want to make it look a little bit nice. And then we got the balconies here on the front as well, just to, you know, appreciate my home and enjoy my life here. We got some plants, but yeah, I don't know what's going to be next. I need to finish the tower on the corner still, and I need to figure out whether I'm going to do a dome over there or make it into a parking lot. Yeah, but we're getting very close. I think if I keep on building, I should be able to get this done pretty soon. Okay, it turns out this is going to be my parking lot for this guy, because if I log him out on ceilings, he just starts flying whenever I log back in, and that's kind of annoying. So instead of making big circle into like a parking lot, it's gonna be a dome after all, which I originally wanted to do. I'm going to paint the metal, trying to make it look like a copper dome. First off, I was just gonna build it out of stone, but then I was like, eh, because what else I'm gonna use the space for? And now if I turn it into sort of a greenhouse, I don't know if I will use it, but I could use it now. It could be useful now. So yeah, just to have something a little bit more different. I might still get rid of this because if we're gonna get the tech teleporters, this could also be a good place to place one of those, I think, maybe. I don't know yet. So for now, I think we'll just have this because I don't know when or if we're gonna build much tech around here, and also I have no clue how big those teleporters are. So for now, it's gonna be my little greenhouse. Not sure how much I'll actually use it, but it will be eventually. Also gonna plant some defenses here. It's really starting to come together. I decided to build out the bottom layer of this build as well, instead of just having the pillars in front, and that gives us a lot of space. I've started decorating a little bit. Let's start down here. We got some beer barrels in the basement. Basically, we got a water source and some feeding trough for if I park any dinos down here or any birds on the landing platform down there as well. We got a little fireplace. Not very happy with the fact that they don't stick out of the roof, but you know, it's just a nice way to decorate a little bit on the inside. We got everything without electricity because we can't place a generator, which kind of sucks. Got some storage. Probably not going to use a lot of storage because we have the main storage place where we store everything with the tribe. But, you know, I have to decorate, and it's quite a big building, so figured I might as well do that. I've placed some of these display cases here. I've heard you can place chibis or even dinos in these to kind of display them. So I figured that might be a nice way to decorate basically my bedroom, my room. Got some dummies here. I've placed some of my armor that I'm not wearing because I can always get too hot on some of these. I think that's a nice touch. My tribe mate, she did that in the main base as well. It looks really nice. So I figured, you know, might as well have that because it's a cool way to decorate. We've got the world map as well. We got a little table here to sit around. We got the stylus table for the mod for the extra hairstyles that we have. And then my little bed just down here. Yeah, and then we of course have the balconies. I'm still gonna raise the tower a little bit higher before I do the top, just because then it sticks out a little bit more next to the other builds. I'm not quite sure whether I'll go for a tower design like this, or I'll just do a tower design like that we did over there at the main building. But so far, it's really coming together quite nicely here. I kind of like it. I think this will be probably my final home that I'll actually try to start using as soon as it's done on the island before we move on to other places like the center and Scorched Earth. And it's about time, because usually whenever I try to log out, I try to fly back to my home now in the middle of the map in the other ruins, which is not necessarily the most convenient thing because I've been working on this base most of the time, and especially preparing for bosses and stuff. It's all here. I store most of the new stuff that I find in this storage room as well. So it's about time that I move. So yeah, this place is getting along, but it's still not quite there. So I'll keep on building and try to finish it today. Okay, a bunch of painting later and we are done here. And I think that actually means that we have renovated everything here now. So this is the little farm area that we had now painted the stone, and I painted this little roof to the same twilight color we have everywhere. Actually painted the stone to the peach color, so it's slightly different to the parchment that we use for most other buildings. I'm not sure which I like more. I think both look kind of nice. Yeah, they both work. So if you were wondering what color to go for, both peach and parchment seem to be okay. They're both not quite the right color, and depending on the setting of the sun and the light, it sometimes changes what looks better with the existing ruins. Then we've got my new home that I hopefully will be using as my main base from now on. I also painted these stones peach just because I wanted to try it out. And I only made peach in this case. And then we have the Twilight Roofs again to tie it all in. I went for the same tower we have on the main building, the main storage building over there. Just to tie it all together a little bit and to have something different than all the castle towers behind me. And also didn't want to go for the square tower that we already have a lot as well. And then I'm quite happy with the result of my main house. Looks very nice. Nothing has changed there. And then we have the dome that I painted. Let me check which color. And then I painted this dome in the Skobeloff color. It's like a teal-ish color. It kind of looks like aged copper, like it's discolored. Kind of like the look of it. It's something different, which was what I was going for sure. Yeah, I wish there was a better way to make domes in this game. Doesn't seem to be like a very nice way to smooth them out a little bit. But still, I think this looks pretty nice. It's a little bit different. For now, it's just going to be a greenhouse. But maybe in the future, it will all change. Brought my little dung beetle here so that I have some fertilizer. But yeah, it looks very nice from the inside as well. Definitely like this little color, and the peach as all looks very good. So yeah, this is going to be my new home. So that means that I will slowly bring over some stuff that I will actually use and put it in here. And then for most of the materials, I will just keep storing them in the main building here so that we can just work together. Since we're mostly now working towards finishing the last 2 boss fights before we can take on the tech cave at the end, because we kind of do want to finish off with all the ARK story or the island story before we move on to the next maps. But yeah, very exciting. Quite happy with the result of this place. It's a little upgrade from my little starter house that I was still basically living in most of the time, to be honest. So yeah, this is quite nice. I don't have any electricity again because of the generator, but that's kind of fine. It's basically just a place to log out of and to store some of my personal belongings, I guess. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be nice to just live in the same place as my tribe members. And yeah, I think it turned out to be a nice build. That does mean that we have now transformed all of the ruins here. So we have, of course, the Dino Pen Castle on top. We could still build something on there, but this area has some kind of problem around that building. I think it's mostly solved, but just in case, I don't think I will build something extra crazy up there. But yeah, we got the top ruin now done. We had the little ruin at the back. That's now a little farm area. We have this big building that we did in the previous episode with our polymer farm in it. We've got the forge area over there, burning through all the metal that we need for building the Ascendant Rex saddles for the boss fight. And then, of course, the place where it all began, our main storage location, or main hub for this base. And yeah, everything together just looks amazing. I'm really happy with the way this turned out. This was such a fun project. It was in some ways very similar to the ruin project I did on the middle of the map, the first ruin rebuild I did, but in other ways it was also very different because these were all very big ruins, very different shapes than what I was used to, but it's just so much fun trying to transform these buildings, to be honest. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. I think that's gonna probably be the last ruin build I will do on the island. Not saying anything about next maps because I do like to rebuild these ruins. Bringing these structures back to life is kind of nice for your imagination, and yeah, trying to be creative with a very set structure that you have to try to work with is kind of fun, in my opinion. I made a little modification to the base that we built last time. As you can see, the greenhouse has been replaced. It is now the place where we have a tech replicator, and that is also why we finally started building with tech. Well, at least I changed this building to tech because I feel like we finally are at the stage. Well, we technically already had tech from the spider, but we didn't do anything with it. So I felt like if we're gonna build this, at least let me transform this place into a techie thing. So this is actually the first time I've ever built with any tech. It looks very cool. I've turned off the outer opening for these ones, so they are just walls, but the texture is just really cool. And then we've got the big tech replicator in the middle to build all the tech thingies. And it actually is a perfect fit for this like circular build. So really like the look of that. And then also I really like the look of the redesigned or replaced dome that we made last time, especially the roof with the textures from the tech things. I think that looks actually very nice because those scales kind of look like yeah, it makes it look more like a proper roof. I did keep the same color because I kind of like that vibe, but yeah, I really like the tech look for this place now. Yeah, for the rest, I mean, I kept the roof windows because it's just nice to have the light in there. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty nice. I kind of like this little tech place. I might build some more with tech in the future. For now, I think I'll leave it at this and we'll use the actual element that we have for other more useful things. But I felt like at least this place could use some tech stuff. And you know, you now instantly can see where you need to go for the tech things. Because, yeah, this is the only tech build we have here. It stands out, but yeah, I kind of like it because this is where we do tech, so I think it makes sense. And the main reason that we now started using tech or start building tech is because we actually finally did the second boss. We did the dragon. Technically not the second, I guess, because usually you would go for the monkey next, but we did the dragon, and yeah, that went something like this. Okay, of course, started at the obelisk, loaded everything in, looking cool and crowded with our army of Terrazino, a UT, and a pig for some healing. And then it was time to get it all going. I had to get out of the way for some reason. Everything seemed to be targeting me at the start, and I really wanted the UT, of course, to survive so we could have the boosts. But fortunately, finally the army got the attention of the dragon, and we were off to a pretty good and a pretty easy start. We bred this army, which is fairly decent. I don't know the exact stats because I didn't do the breeding this time, but fairly decent. We didn't have ascended saddles though. We just had the, I think, purple tier, so not the best, but the start seemed to be going pretty smooth. But yeah, you always catch on fire with this one, and trying to stay alive. Staying out of the fire would be nice as well. But yeah, so far nothing too crazy and almost halfway down. Okay, the dragon of course keeps flying away, and we were pretty unlucky with the second landing place, which we'll see in a bit. Love getting attacked by these little things. I almost got set on fire again. But yeah, here it was. I tried to get the attention on the army again, but then I got stuck. And now you can see the dragon actually lands near the lava river, which isn't great because a bunch of our army now went into the lava, which very unfortunate because that means they're barely taking damage more than they need to. Still, we're already under halfway there, and I get set on fire again. Very nice, very nice. So at this point, it's not really too stressful yet, but we did start losing some of our army. And yeah, it's not great when you see them in the lava. So instead of being on the UT all the time, I decided to make sure it wasn't passive and started shooting as well, just as my tribe mate. But yeah, as you can see, Terrazinos start dying at this point, which isn't great. But we still have plenty of them left, and we got some pretty decent weapons as well. So quite sure that it shouldn't be a problem at this point. Probably we should have kept them just at the circle and made the dragon come to us. But yeah, can't do anything about that in this moment. Well, maybe we could have tried, but probably wouldn't have mattered too much. We're doing some decent damage still, even though we're still losing Terrazinos left and right at this point. I think this is the most we've lost for the boss fight so far, because on the spider we didn't lose that many at all. And yeah, this is getting close though, so at this point we're getting a little bit more relaxed because it seems like we're going to be able to do it, and we still have a decent amount of Terrazinos alive. And of course we have weapons still, which do pretty good damage as well. So yeah, definitely would recommend bringing some weapons to this fight. But yeah, we are getting very, very close, and luckily we still have a little bit of the army left if we wanted to another run at this boss for some extra element. But yeah, that is my first time beating the dragon guardian here on the island. So there's only one left to go, and that is the monkey, which we'll probably be doing very soon as well. Got all the element, got the nice flag, and of course the head. So we're good to go. Only one boss more before the tech cave. And also trying to get back on some of the saddles that we lost. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been doing some building streams and building a castle loosely inspired by Castle Black from Game of Thrones. And it is completely finished, so today I wanted to show you around and take a look at everything I've built in a little bit more detail. So here we are in the snow area, of course, with these big ice walls. Pretty cool place to build right here on the map if you want to have the coordinates for yourself. And this is our castle for the outside. You have this little walkway on the side, which leads, of course, to one of two gatehouses for this castle. We've got some extra defenses as well to make it look more defended as well. Let's close the door behind us just in case. And yeah, this is the courtyard, so quite a lot of room. Of course, I just decorated this place to look like Castle Black a little bit, like an actual working castle, not necessarily as the perfect ARK base, but I think you could, with a few changes, really easily turn this into a good ARK base. I mean, look at the space you have in this courtyard. Definitely easy to keep a couple of dinos here without any problems. So we got the gallows here with some extra cages to keep prisoners in. Of course, very iconic scene at Castle Black in Game of Thrones here. And we got the gatehouse here, of course. I don't think I did any of the decorations. As I said, there was just a creative build to design some cool things. And it turned out a little bit more of a like Viking castle with some inspiration of the Game of Thrones castle. But that's fine. It was a fun challenge to do all of this. And I think it turned out pretty nice, and there's some pretty cool builds here that might be very useful. We've got the walls, we've got some walkways across the walls as well, and some extra ones of these wooden platforms. This is the second gatehouse, a little bit bigger, two of these towers. I did a general build tutorial for this tower design. This is just a slight variation of it, turned into a gatehouse. You got another gate here if you would want to enter or leave from here. There's nothing really to go here because the landscape in this place is a little bit weird, but yeah, it's still a nice looking gatehouse, I think, and this is definitely something you could use in your own bases. Also, please let me know, because of course I did stream all this, but I do understand that it might be difficult to watch all the streams back and find the right thing you're looking for if you maybe want to see just one specific building. Let me know in the comments down below if you would like me to upload some of these builds that are part of this castle as like separate videos, because I did manage to record it all, so I could easily just upload, for example, the blacksmith workshop, and well, we already did a tutorial for this main build, but for the gatehouse example we could easily just have that as a separate video, so it's easier to find. Now these are the stables, very nice and easy here, plenty of room to store some of your dinos in here. Here we got a little bit lucky because there's quite a steep slope here, so here we could have the doors halfway into the ground, which makes for some nice looking stable doors, but only this one was the right height, because here it would be way too low to make it look any nicer than just like a weird ground layer, but that's fine. Yeah, just a nice and simple, stable design, but I think it does the trick and it looks pretty nice. Probably just for smaller dinos because they have to fit underneath this, of course. And there's a bunch of storage around just to add some detail. I really like stacking these little storage boxes as adding a little bit more life into your builds, especially because you can make it less square because you can just place these randomly and facing all different ways. And I've got some barrels as well to make it look a little bit more decorated. We got like a fighting pit here in the middle as well. We got a bunch of dummies all around because of course the night watch needs to be trained. Got some wardrooms there just to add some details here. These are the things that you probably don't want to add if you are using this as an actual ARK base. This, however, could definitely be, maybe with a few tweaks, be a good workshop if you want one. It's a nice Viking looking workshop. You got some storage area here. You got a nice cooking pot so you can get all your dyes. This is for all the meetings for your tribe. You got your smithy here, some more storage here, even more here, more here. And then you got another smithy here. These are supposed to represent like anvils. And then we got some forges here. But if you use this as your own survival base, of course, you could also easily have like an industrial forge here, for example. And then it would be quite a good little workshop, I think. And then we got, of course, here, you can take the stairs inside. Now it's very easy and simple decorations here, but this could definitely just be a workshop. And of course, you could have more storage up there if you're using this as a workshop in your base, or you could just make it into your little home and have some beds to respawn whatever you need. But yeah, I think it's quite a nice design. I really liked the way this turned out. This might actually be worth a separate video for sure, because it's nice, nice and small, but still big enough to be a quite good functioning workshop, I think. And then we got the most iconic build that makes it look like Castle Black, and that is the elevator that, of course, you have to get up to the wall. You can enter here. Let's see, we can make it come down. And of course, you can only build metal elevators in ARK, so I had to come up with something to make it look more wooden like in Game of Thrones. So we built this cage around it first, and then another staircase around it, so you can also go up by stairs if you want to. And I think it turned out quite nice. Like, it's probably not that useful in ARK itself. Maybe we could, of course, build it on a bigger scale, have a bigger platform inside, so you could have dinos going up there as well. But it is definitely a nice eye catcher of your base. And if you're just one person that needs to go up, it does work very nicely. Looks also very nice from the inside, and you got a great view, of course, of your base. And I'm quite happy actually with the way we managed to still make it look very wooden, which of course is what I was going for. And I think it looks a lot nicer than having it be all metal and just out there. So yeah, quite happy with the way this turned out. But yeah, it might not be the most useful thing if you want to have a base here, but it's a nice iconic landmark for your base, and sometimes that's all you need. And it does connect you to the upstairs here, but yeah, maybe you would want a bigger platform so you could take some dinos with you as well. And I mean, come on, let's face it, if you're standing here just waiting to go down, it does feel a little bit like you're at the wall going up or down it. So in that sense, it definitely does the trick and does what it needed to do. All right, there we go. Then of course we have a big main building to look at. Let's go into that. As I said, I've already done a tutorial on this. It's a big Viking longhouse. Quite a nice design. Of course, my decoration is very aimed toward making it look like Castle Black. This is like the common area where they can all eat and sit here. And then you've got like an area up here for like the Lord Commander and stuff. So that's probably not the way you would decorate it if this was actually gonna be your ARK base. But you can see there is so much space here. Like, you have plenty of space on the inside to build anything you need to have. And then upstairs, you got another big room. I made some smaller rooms, which are like the bedrooms for the night's watch. But of course, you could either have this as one giant room. You could have, again, smaller rooms, maybe if you are a big tribe and everyone has their own room. We've got some more meeting places here. Also some nice balconies on the sides to look out over the entire castle. And what the heck is that guy doing there in the wall? The wall's been breached. They're trying to climb it. But yeah, you've got a nice view here over the courtyard, which is pretty nice. I can definitely imagine that being a nice view if this was actually a base with your tribe. That would be pretty fun. And then on the other side, we also have a nice view of the surroundings, of course. We can enjoy a little bit more of the view, the little penguins, if you can spot them down below, and whatever else is going on there. And then the good thing is that on both sides it actually also connects to the wall. So we have a little bit of the wall still here on this side, and then we have more of the wall, of course, on the other side as well. Now, this wall is definitely not the best design, I think, but it does the trick, and yeah, it keeps this area safe at least. And then we have a big watchtower here again. I didn't build any stairs, so I can't go up or down, but I did also, this is also another variation of the watchtower tutorial I did. So if you want to build this, there was already a video on the channel, and for this specific variation, well, I guess you could watch the streams back, but of course you can also just leave a comment and I can maybe upload this as a separate video at some point as well. And then we can move around the wall if we want to. We can go through the gatehouse, but as I said, I didn't do any interiors for this, so there's no stairs or whatever, but you can just walk across the wall. So yeah, this was quite a fun project to do. I started this just because I really wanted to have like a building project that I could do on stream, so you could follow basically my entire process of building, so from complete start to finish. So if you are interested and you do have the time, all the streams are still of course available on the channel to watch back if you want to see like how did we start with planning out the layout for this castle and how we built every single building that is here. But yeah, I think the result is definitely worth it. I really like the look of this place, and yeah, I also just really liked building in the snow for once. I at first thought about having my main base in the snow. I didn't do that in the end, but I'm glad I still got to build something pretty cool in the snow before we're moving on to the next maps that are hopefully coming out pretty soon. So we are officially in the tech age now. Of course, we have a little tech base here with our tech replicator to make all the stuff, but slowly but surely tech is taking over our base. We got now the generator here as well, which means that I finally actually have power in my base, which has been great because now I can actually have some of the better crafting tables and drills and whatever. So that's good. And we finally placed our first teleporter. We've been talking about teleporters for so long because we've got bases everywhere. We only have one teleporter right now. It's just this one. I do like the look. I kind of like the techie design. With it looks very futuristic. I just think it fits with these tech, or well, yeah, I guess this is also tech, the teleporter. So yeah, it just really fits nicely together. And it's also just nice to finally have a new material to build in, because I kind of held myself back from building anything with tech until we were in that phase of the game. So yeah, we got this little teleporter now. Probably gonna add some in the other places where we want them as well. Most likely at my ocean base, because that is all the way on the other side of the map. So yeah, that might be a good one. And I kind of want to start designing some kind of underwater tech base with those vacuum compartments that are in the game, just to see how that works and see if I can make a cool design. So if that's something you would like to see, let me know, and maybe I'll do that sometime soon. Okay, time for the last boss for us, the monkey. We have the new spawn point right here at our base. Everything fit in, hopefully. And there we go. Time to get started. So I did this with my two tribe mates. And as you can see, we have a whole T-Rex army, and once we finally got them all unstuck, it was time to get started. But watch the guy on the pig, because this is... he's the only one that got hit by that rock for some reason. Very nice, very funny. And then it was time to actually fight this boss. We've been doing so much prep work for this, getting these saddles in order, that it was actually so nice to do the fight. And we probably didn't need all the ascended saddles for this fight necessarily, because it was, you know, it's not too difficult of a fight. But we're gonna probably also use these Rexes to do the tech cave at the end of the island, of course. So I feel like it's so worth it. But as you can see, we are chewing up that monkey in rapid pace. Very nice, because we were a little bit hesitant at first, like it would be so annoying to lose all these saddles again, because we spent so much time collecting all the materials. But as you can see, we are no match for this monkey. We are way better. And there we go. The third and final boss of the island completed for us. And now all we have to do is do the tech cave. There we go. The monkey's there. And of course, time to grab some of the loot so that we can finally start using the element, start using the tech. And also maybe hopefully sometime soon start to build a tech base somewhere on the island. I figured it was about time to do a final tour of our big base here at the mountain ruins, because I have built everything that I'm going to build here, I think. And yeah, I thought it would be nice to have one big video where you can see it all. And yeah, we can just take a moment to appreciate everything I've built here and the base that it has become. And as you can see, one of the latest additions is this teleporter platform, now that we are finally in the tech age. And of course, our little artifact garden, although there's still some missing, even though we've done all the bosses, but I guess some of them we didn't have duplicates of. And of course, we're gonna start here with the first build I ever did here at the mountain ruins, which is also like the main base where we have all our supplies, all our storage right in here. As you can already hear from the noise in here, we've got all the vaults here, all the crafting materials, and some birds to help with crafting as well, and a nice painting actually, and some nice armor here as a good interior design. I still don't get why this is all the way in the corner, but that's what my tribe mates did. I don't know why. There's so much space in this place, and yeah, somehow we ended up not really using it. This is the grinder on the floor that's not really being used. We got another cool painting, some extra storage, of course balconies everywhere. You gotta enjoy that view if you live on a mountain in the middle of such a beautiful area. We got the little side wing, which is one room down there, and then we got the main hall, which feels quite empty. I like this hall a lot more during Christmas when there was like a tree there and some lights. But yeah, you can't keep that around forever, I guess. This is our respawn room, the bedroom, with another nice view here around the base. And then we got a little courtyard here in the middle. We got the round tower. We got this watchtower, which I guess is more for decoration, but still quite nice to have around. And the last remaining Christmas decoration as well. And I think we got a nice flyer landing platform here as well. We got some more paintings, or like flags painted, which are very nice details. I really do like this base. I think this is a pretty nice build, and it has more than enough space. If we had only this building, that would have been enough, but no, of course we had to build more. There's some more Christmas decorations here, I guess, which is basically like our living quarters. We've got everything to prepare food here, and again a nice little flyer platform at the back as well. Let's see, I should be able to survive this. There we go. Saves us a little bit of time instead of having to go through the building in the inside again. So let's continue our little tour down here first before we go on to the top of the mountain. We can follow this pathway to the next ruin, which is also the place where I built the fort. So that was nice and easily accessible here in the middle of our base. And yeah, we've got this over. Oh god, the Anki is slowly bugging through the ceilings again. Yeah, we got this nice little place. The pillars are lined up pretty nicely here. We got the stairs here to come up, which there are no natural ways to get up to this platform normally, unless you're flying. And we've got a little bit of crafting here. It's not being used that much, but I just wanted to add a little bit more detail to an otherwise very boring platform, because all we really needed was a big space to place this forge and enough space to land the RG with the Anki every time we went out to get some metal. Although nowadays we usually use the Rhino Netta for that, because that's a little bit easier to fly around carrying this thing and then have someone on the back of the Anki destroying all the metal. But yeah, it's a quite nice place, and it definitely works well because it's in the middle of the base, so very easy to drop off the metal before smelting it and then taking it to wherever you need to craft stuff. Then over here we got another addition, which is basically this whole building is just for the tiny polymer farm in the middle of it, which is right down here, which is very useful, definitely nice to have, but didn't need a building this big. But you know, gotta rebuild everything and make it look nice, and I think we definitely did. Tried a little bit of a different design here, especially for the roof, but as you can see, there's not much on the inside here. we didn't really need that much more space, because there's only 2 of us actively playing, 3 of us in total. So yeah, we don't need all this space. But if someone does, well, there's plenty of space. Like there's not enough things to build in ARK to fill this all in. What the hell are you doing here? Well, that's fun. All right. We got a friend, I guess. And then here, of course, we got a little farm at the end of it, which is actually one of the later additions, but a pretty nice feeling. We got all our little sheep, all our ovis chilling out here. And don't mind that guy. That's definitely not going to harm any of the sheep. This is not like our leather production or anything. No. That would be very cruel. We got a little stable up here, not really to be used, just as a little extra detail to this place at the end of the ruin. But yeah, I really like that we in the end needed the place for the ovis, because now we have quite a nice little farm here, which is something different than all of those big ruins that we're not really using. I always like it when a build can serve a purpose as well, because that feels a little bit more valuable than just designing this whole big build without even having any purpose for it. All right, now we'll have to run all the way back to the start of the ruins again to slowly make our way up. But yeah, this has been such a cool project to rebuild. I mean, I really enjoyed my first ruin rebuild on the middle of the map, but this is a little bit of a bigger scale, because all these buildings, all these ruins were a little bit bigger. So yeah, it was very fun to do once again. It's kind of become my trademark thing to do, I guess, to rebuild ruins. I'm not sure if I'll do the same on the center. I know there are some ruins there. I don't know what they look like, because I've never played the center though. So we'll see if we'll do another ruin project. But also, I feel like I'm ready to take on some different builds just in cool places to try out some different things. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that. But I think I'll have 1 or 2 more build projects on the island as well before it's time to move over. Now here we got a small little greenhouse along the way. It's not really being used, but if we need it, it's right here. And it's also the place where we have our tech generator, because it's nice and central. And then we go up and we'll spot which has become my house here at the mountain ruins. I used to have all the time my own separate base, because I was building so much. It just made sense at the start that I had my own base, but I've been playing more and more together with the tribe, with my friends, to get all the survival things done, like the caves and the bosses. So it made sense to live a little bit closer to them. And we have plenty of space here, so this has become my home. We also have this nice little tech dome here, which is where we have the replicator, so that we can build all the tech-related things here. We have all the bosses defeated, so all the flags are here. We got another round tower here, which is mainly just for decoration, but you can go up if you want to, so it is functional, but I don't use it that much. And then we got my house, which is decorated. A lot of this is just for show because I don't really store that much here, just my own personal stuff, not really any of the crafting materials, because we all have that in the main storage. So I just put those chests and cupboards down just to have something here. This is my line of chibis. I didn't collect too many of them, which is kind of a shame, because this is not kind of a nice decoration thing. Just have all the cute chibis here. I know you can also have normal dinos on here. I haven't tried that though. Maybe I should, because that would be kind of nice as well. I've got some armor here as well, just as in the main building. Got my little bed. This is for the hairstyle mod that we're using, which allows for this cool beard, for example, but has a bunch of other hairstyles as well. And I think there's even more on the way as well, so that's pretty cool. And this is my giant king-sized bed, and of course my crowd fridge. I can finally have electricity here because we couldn't place an extra generator, so I didn't have any power here. But now with the tech generator, it's big enough to also cover me, so I have a cryopod fridge here so that I can have my personal dinos that I use all the time. I can recharge them without losing them in the main one with all the Rexes and whatever. So yeah, this is my little base. And then I actually have, well, I have a bunch of balconies everywhere, of course. But I also have my own personal garage here where I keep my 3 RGs. The middle one is actually still for breeding. I'm trying to get this color on a new baby so that I have the green one, because I really, really love it. This one is one of my OG RGs. It's Millennium, the Millennium Falcon. And then, of course, we got Fox here. She's a beauty. I think these are from the Turkey Trials colors. And I just love it. It looks like a phoenix. And it's a great, great companion. So that are my birds right there. And then I, of course, have my trusty dung here for all my plants. And yeah, my new best friend that I fly around on, and it's basically my moving van, my building van. It's such a great dino. It's a pain in the butt to get, and to get a decent level one. But once you do, these are so cool and so great to fly around, move around, carry stuff. Yeah, they are pretty amazing. I'd never tamed one before, or birthed one in another dino before. But yeah, it's definitely been very, very useful for me as a builder. And then we got the Dino Pen Castle right here on the top of the mountain, which still looks very cool. I really like the walls, the design here, these towers as well. It's a very weird terrain here because it's quite steep hill-wise. But this is where we bred all the Terrazinos first for one of the boss fights, and now the Rexes as well. And now we even have this thing, so we can just launch the boss fights from here, which is pretty nice. We got our breeding, or like hatching area right there. We usually do most of the breeding here because you have so much space, so you don't really need to worry about anything. And then at first, I kept these stairs in because I was going to build something at the top, maybe like a cathedral. But we had some issues at this place where it would be very laggy, and especially respawning in the main building would cause crashes, and we weren't quite sure what was causing it. For a moment we feared the buildings. I don't think it is the buildings. I think it's more certain lights and maybe even the paintings, but it seems to be better now. But just as I don't want to take any more risks, I think I'll save the nice big build that I was going to do there for some other time, either in a different location or maybe one of the future maps that we have still coming out and will play at some point as well. But yeah, that is basically the whole mountain ruin base. I am very happy with the result. I really like all the builds that we've made here over time. And yeah, I think this is well, I don't think, I know this is definitely the coolest ARK base that I have ever built. Not that I spend that much time building in the normal ARK because, well, yeah, that system was just a pain in the butt, so it wasn't really fun to build too much there. But with this remake, the Ascended, I mean, I'm enjoying the building so much, so I can't wait to get to other maps, to have new locations, but especially also the adventure packs as well, because they sound like they will offer a lot of new materials and new things to build with, like for Scorched Earth, the train tracks. I think there's going to be some skins as well for structures, so that's very exciting. And of course, the new dino which is in the pack looks like it's going to be a very fun place to build on as well, even though I'm still not quite sure how that is going to work, having a dino in an adventure pack, which I guess we'll find out how that will work. But yeah, this place has turned out very nicely. I really enjoyed working this. I transformed the entirety of Herbivore Island into the perfect Japanese-inspired tranquil base that has everything that you could possibly need, from safety from all the outside invading things that are under the water like megalodons, by building a wall and a nice little gate including a Japanese bridge, as well as a pagoda for all your dino needs, from breeding, hatching, storing some dinos, as well as a little aviary, and of course a lighthouse so you don't lose your way on the seas, as well as more details around the base so that it is very easy to live here and enjoy your life, and has plenty of room for all your dino friends as well. To of course the crown jewel of this base, the Japanese castle at the end, which is the perfect main base and has room for everything that you will ever need in your ARK adventure, including a nice little peaceful back garden where you can relax after a hard day of work, taming, or whatever you've done around the ARK. Now, before I'll show you the detailed tour of this entire place, if you see anything that you like, of course, don't forget to leave the like on the video, maybe subscribe, and also let me know down in the comments of which of these buildings you would like to see a tutorial, or maybe all of them, because I will happily do so. And with that being said, let's jump into a tour of Herbivore Island. So let's take a look at my newest big base build, and I kind of wanted to go all out for this, transforming Herbivore Island into a big base that you could definitely make very good use of. So I've built a couple of things. You've got some walkway to gate. We got a pagoda over there. We got like a Japanese castle built over there as the main building. And very important to me was that I kept enough room and enough of the natural resources and spawns available so that you can actually still use the island to its full advantage. So yeah, there's quite a lot to see here. Let's do a quick flyby of everything. So this is the gate that will keep everything safe from the ocean and will give you some space to have your own ocean tames here and your boats and everything. You got some nice walkways. The only thing that I kind of regret is that they are like right on the water. I wish I did them a little bit higher, but that was all because I lined them up with this building. So I would probably build that a little bit higher and then everything would be fine. But yeah, I really like this. This is also an aviary, so you can park all your RGs and pterodons here easily on that level. And on the first floor, there's plenty of room for some other tames as well as some breeding and hatching of eggs. And then we got some nice details all around. We got a little dock area here for either your boats or your water tames just to chill out here. We got even a Mosa in here as well, plenty of space for that. And then we got another walkway leading up to the Japanese castle build here in the middle, which is basically the main base and yeah, the crown jewel of everything going on here. And yeah, I really like the way this one turned out. And you got like a private garden in your backyard as well, so that is pretty cool if I say so myself. Yeah, I'm just so glad that this all turned out as well as it did, because I mean, it's always challenging when trying a completely new style in ARK, but I really wanted to go big for one last build here on the island probably before we move on to the center. So let's land and let's have a little look around at everything I have built here. So we got some walkways going over to this island, which is of course here so that we have this like bridge over the water. I also tried to make it a little bit like Japanese inspired, like the curved bridges that you see often. And I added a roof to, you know, have some more detail. And as you can see, I did quite a lot of painting for this build. We got the railings here. These are in scab color. We got black pillars and black accents on the roof as well as the blue marine color. So those are the three colors that I've used all around the build, to be honest, because it really allows you to transform your build completely compared to keeping it normal. I've got some screenshots of the build when it was not painted yet, and it looks totally different. But yeah, this bridge is here, one, because it looks very cool, but also because it adds in the bridge underneath. And you can see I've got a little wall going under the walkway as well, so that we have complete safety here in the crescent-shaped island, and you have a lot of space for water tames and boats, whatever. We got like the wall here, and then of course you got the gate so that you can still go and leave as you please. And I think it does look kind of cool with the little bridge on top of it. And as you can see, you have a lot of space here. You can keep big tames here. You can have your rafts here. It's kind of a cool base, of course, because on the island itself, like the little Herbivore island, you don't have to worry about a thing, which makes it a pretty cool base location, albeit a little bit out of the way, of course, because you are completely in one corner of the map. Okay, let's continue our little tour of the base by going along this walkway. Now, these are mostly for show, but again, there's a wall underneath this walkway as well, which will go straight to this so that nothing can pass here, even though they probably wouldn't be able to fit anyway, but just to, you know, feel secure. And then you got two walkways going around, just for show, really, because there's some cool landscaping going on here as well, and you can enjoy your base from here. It's just nice to add these little details in. And then we are to one of the first big builds. Let's actually go all the way to the end of the walkway first, so that we can appreciate it in its entirety. So that is the little pagoda I built. It is also an aviary and a little stable area, I guess, as well as the breeding area and the hatching area. So it's got a lot of function, which I really like. And then this guy here is just all for details, honestly, but I think it turned out pretty nicely as well. One of my biggest regrets actually is that I only now have figured out this style, because this would have been a lovely base to actually work and survive in, whilst I was still, you know, actively playing the island and getting everything done, because, I mean, I love the way this looks now. And these you could easily add in more places around your builds. You could add some at the end of every walkway. I debated doing that, but I didn't want to do too much of it. But yeah, I could probably have some more around the island to kind of indicate where you can walk, where you can go, and just to have some extra little details along the way. So this is the pagoda. I really like the design. It's a little bit tricky to figure out the first placement of the roof and everything, but after you've done it, it's pretty self-explanatory. We got these nice little walls, and as you can see, it's all painted up. We got some room here for some tames, even the UT fits. We got baryonyx here as well. We got, of course, cryopod fridge. We got a normal fridge for some food. We got every air conditioning here so that you can easily hatch your eggs down there as well. So it's, yeah, very functional, the first layer. And then the second layer is the aviary. So here you can keep your Argentavises and you can have your pterodons. And I didn't place any wall in the middle, so you can still easily leave and fly in through those. And yeah, it just makes it nice to have a cool place. And it's also a very nice place to land in the first place, because you have a nice view of your whole island base, which, yeah, definitely, this is definitely a very cool place. Now that I've built a base here, I kind of wish that I did this earlier, because this would have been such a fun place to live and have a base. And then this is basically just the lighthouse portion. So I placed a lot of lamps here, so at night you will easily spot this pagoda as soon as you get close. And then there is a little ladder going up there to the last little layer, but to be honest, there's nothing there. So yeah, it's just so that you could go up there. You could have something hidden there, but it's probably not very convenient because you have to go up there all the time. But yeah, this is a little pagoda I built. I really like the design, and as I've said, If you want any tutorials of anything you see today, please let me know, because I think these are some great builds and I would love to share them with you. I might actually build more in this style when we finally get the center, because I feel like it's a great style to build in. I would love to do it more and maybe get some more designs going, and the center is the next map that we'll be surviving on, and I think this style would fit that very, very well. Okay, and then here we have the docks. It's very straightforward, nothing special going on here, but it's always convenient, whether it's to park your rafts. Probably you want to, if you have a base like this, you want to have a custom raft as well, but I didn't do that for this video. And then, of course, you've got your water tames all around, so you have easy access to your megalodons, your spino, or whatever. The Moses out there chilling as well. It's just a convenient place, and it adds some more character to the build. We've got some other random dinos just chilling around the island, as well as a little bit of detail and embracing the herbivore life. Of course, I had to tame a couple of them, and this one actually has amazing colors as well. I think this is a result of the all colors mod that we use on the server, which basically just allows dinos, I think about 30% of them default, they spawn with all the possible colors that are in the game. So they are still vanilla creatures. They just have the potential of having cooler colors. And this one definitely looks very, very cool. And then for my convenience of this base, got some more walkways here so we can quickly move around. And this will lead us straight either to the main Japanese castle or all the way around as well, so that we can go either to the bridge or up to the hill behind here, where all of the natural resources are still there, you know, the metal and everything. Got some more herbivore tames here and also some guests chilling on the beach. So yeah, this is also one very special colored stego. It looks very, very cool. We got another cool Anki here as well. Definitely handy, of course, for all those metal spawns up the hill. And then we've got a little guest here still chilling out in front of our house. And then we have the crown jewel of this base, the main building, the Japanese castle. And this one really turned out very well. And it has everything that you need from a base. So it's got multiple layers. It's got a nice little map. We got a grill here instantly. You got some place to grow some plants in the middle. I figured it would be nice to kind of have a garden here. I didn't have time to grow anything yet though. Then we got some storage. We got a fridge. We got the cooking stuff. More storage as well. We got the industrial forge here that fits in very nicely. We've got the chemistry table here as well. More storage and the fabricator smithy here. So and of course the cryopod fridge. So basically everything that you need to get started. I think the only thing that isn't here is the grinder, because I mean, I don't really use it that much anyway. You could easily fit it in here if you want to have it. And then here there's another little crafting station. It's more for details, but well, you could use it. You could start out with this, for example, until you reach the industrial forge age. But yeah, this will also just be a very nice place to craft. Imagine crafting here with this view. That's quite nice. And then we got more on this side, of course. We got a little detail just to hang out basically with your tribe, maybe make the plans for the day. Then we got on both sides the staircase leading up to the next level. This is the bedroom, so there's some more storage here. Generator is here as well, so it powers the whole house. Got some more places to sit. We got some double beds on both sides and just some more storage and whatever. And we got a little ladder here as well, because the top layer of this house is another little aviary where you can easily park your birds, your flyers, and you can feed them, and you have an instant access to the skies and can go wherever you want. You know what? We'll fly out of here. We will do that. We'll go and take Fox around, because at the back of this place you have a beautiful little area. As you can see, it's like the little cove here, and I use this as a private garden basically, so you can still enjoy it. You can probably harvest in the back here without it not respawning, because the house is there. I also placed down a couple of these to catch up some rainwater. Obviously we also have access to the water in front, but you know, you never can have enough. And you could easily add some farming places here as well if you want to grow some more plants, but I thought it was just nice and relaxing to have a garden in the back, and it feels very fitting for like a peaceful, tranquil place like this. So it's also a nice little porch around here. There, you could add some more stuff here. I would maybe also add some crafting down here, because then I still have a nice view while I'm crafting. And then, of course, eventually, if you lose some dinos, you could even integrate like a little graveyard for dinos somewhere in this beautiful back garden. But yeah, that pretty much sums up the Japanese castle. I really love the way this one turned out. Like, oops. I really love this design. It does have quite a little bit of overlapping, so it unfortunately won't be able to build this exact style this way on official. But yeah, I mean, I love the way this looks. This is such a fun place, and I've always loved building in this style. Like back in Minecraft, I used to build in this a lot, and I'm very happy with the way I was able to bring it into ARK now. And yeah, this is such a great place for a base. As I said, kind of ashamed, or I'm kind of annoyed actually that I didn't do this earlier, because this would have been such a great place to survive on, even if it was like the first part of ARK before you move on maybe somewhat north to have access to the more higher level areas. But yeah, this is such a cool place. And as you can see, by the way, I've built everything in mostly the crescent part of the island. On the beaches, you still have plenty of space here where you could probably still harvest all the resources, all the metals and everything up here without them not respawning, because you've built up here. So I feel like that was very important for me to make sure that the main selling point of living on this island would still stick around as well. Because if I had built up here, which could have looked very, very cool, of course, you kind of take away all those natural resources and all the good things about this island. And I think you have plenty of space, because this building, let's be honest, has already everything that you could possibly need. Even if you had like a bigger tribe, you could probably add a lot of smaller housing maybe on these beaches to have maybe your personal house as well. But for the most part, you really have everything that you need right here. And yeah, this was such a fun project to work on. And today we're bringing back the survival. It's been a while since we did some survival, especially on my my normal server. I've been mostly over on the community server, of course, that well, you can still join. But the Gigantoraptor has just dropped, and there is one nest right over there. So I kind of want to check that out, because they look very cool. And even though it's definitely a shame we're not getting them on the center, it is still very cool. This is a Gigantoraptor there for sure. I think there's a nest with some babies, and I'm not quite sure how to handle these guys, to be honest. I'm gonna assume that if I get too close, they will just attack me. Oh, look at those. They look so cool, though. They look very, very cool. Okay, in the name of science, I feel like I should at least try to get close. I do have my tech suit with me. I just made one. But I feel like it's more fun if I do it without the tech suit. I feel like, yeah, I don't want to make it too easy. Because I mean, everyone's kind of done with the island, right? I do have my tech helmet on, because that's how I found it a little bit easier. I wonder, if I kill the parent, can I just steal the baby? Hello there. You look amazing, by the way. Oh God. Okay, so they're not too strong? I don't know. Okay, well. That's a We got a dead one now. What about the baby? Where did it go? It's running away again. Damn it. Come back to the nest, please. Please, please, please. At least we found where they spawn. If you're wondering, they spawn right about here. At least this is where I found this nest. Okay, I'm not quite sure how to do this, but we got another nest here. We got a baby here and everything. Come on, little baby. Can you please just do something? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh? He's close. Hello? Uh-oh. The parent is back. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, that's a fierce parent. Oh, please don't kill me. Okay, I've got no clue what to do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to hide in the nest at some point, but I'm not quite sure how to distract the parent. I've tried dropping eggs, but so far nothing has really seemed to be working. I don't know if I didn't bring the right egg. I've tried Gigantoraptor. I've tried Gigas. I don't know what kind of egg it likes. Maybe Rex? Okay, I think I figured out the best way to do this. You can either... You should be able to distract them with eggs, but I've built a little trap over here. I'm just gonna pick up the mom, or the parent at least. I'm gonna drop it off in the trap, and then I'm gonna try and attempt the whole taming thing. There we go. And then I should be able just to do the taming. This is not the highest level that I've seen today, but that's fine. Okay, there it comes. It sees me. And I flap with it. Yeah, there we go. That is how you do it. So you just have to imitate it. That's very original, actually. That's quite a fun way to do it. But yeah, you need to either distract the parent or just trap it far enough away so that it isn't aggroed anymore. That seems to work fine for me. Like now I just put a little gate around it and it's just chilling over there. That's fine. There we go. I can do a spin as well. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, so it's mostly just a waiting game. And then just imitating the baby. I really hope that Dilo's not going to mess me up now. Okay. It spotted me. And that's a flap. We got it. There we go. And then I guess you just raise it. And then it will help you breed. We'll probably figure out more about this guy, but I just wanted to at least get this, you know, a little tame going. Probably also going to look for some higher levels. See if I can get those. But yeah, this is how you do it. You just make sure that the parent is distracted. Probably the trap is the easiest way to do that. You just imitate the baby, and then we got a Gigantoraptor. Very cool taming method. So I found this one here around the green obelisks. Very easy spot, but I also found some in this area. So they seem to be spawning in different places, which is kind of nice. It's, yeah, you just need to find the nest basically. I used my tech helmet to find them, but well, especially here around the green obelisk should be easy enough to spot the nests. Today we're looking at a Smuggler's Cove hideout that I built here on the island, very close to the green obelisk. And it's got a bunch of building mods to make building more exciting and give you a lot more options to build something cool, as well as add in a bunch of decorations so you can fill out those builds with a lot of cool details as well. Let's jump into it. So here we go. This is where the Smuggler's Cove, the little Smuggler's hideout, is located in the world. As you can see, you can barely spot it from up here. Only this little mess that I built. This is the way to get up and out from here. Don't mind me, the server is a little bit laggy for some reason. I'm not quite sure why, but nonetheless, we'll do a little tour of this build. Also, by the way, thank you so much for the suggestion, because this came from one of you guys, which is amazing. And this right here is the location of this place, which are these little cave things next to this big lake, very central, next to the green obelisk. Pretty cool spot to build a quite hidden base, I would say. So we'll use the mast as a way to actually get into the base. Right, like so, and then we can climb all the way down into the base. There's a little walkways here. I've used mods, of course, to build this all. This is all built on my community server, which is free to join and will be up until at least the release, of course, of Scorched Earth, which might be April 1st. Who knows? Anyway, we got a bunch of stuff here. We got some decoration here. This is a Smuggler's hideout, so there's a lot of random stuff around because they've stolen all of the stuff and brought it all here together. We got this little shrine here with a teleporter pad in the middle. I kind of like the look of this. It's based on something that I saw someone else build on the server. I don't know if I copied the design the same way, but anyway, I saw Ellie build this somewhere. And I really like this little tiny roof piece. I used it before, but it just fits very well with this like gazebo kind of build. And together with some of the modded structures, I think these are like garden gates from one of the mods. I'm not quite sure what mod is from, like what building piece is from what mod, but yeah, it looks very nice. And then we have this piece up there, which is like the greenhouse stuff, I think, from Clingers. The roof is also Clingers, I think, like the rustic stuff. So there's a lot of cool building pieces. And then we got these rope structures as well, which I've used for a lot of this, which yeah, just looks really cool. And then we got these braziers from the modded decorations as well, which just ties the whole place together. Let's go to one end of this place and then do a little tour around. Hopefully the server will not just keep teleporting me everywhere, because that's kind of annoying, but I don't know what's going on. My internet seems to be fine. It's never done this before. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so right here we got the little dock area, which is the best place to enter this little hideout. Don't mind my croc over there, just making sure everything is safe in the waters. So you can either dock a little ship here, although not the most useful place to build a raft, because I think most of these places lead to waterfalls. So probably dinos, like maybe a berry or maybe a big croc would be the best tame to have. You bring down the smuggled goods, the loot over here, and then we bring them into camp. And that's why we got a bunch of chaos here with all the different decoration stuff going on here. Big tables, of course, to celebrate the bounty that we've collected and brought safely back home to your little smuggler's den. Maybe also functions as like a black market where people come together trade some stuff in secret. And yeah, I think it's a pretty nice place. It's chaotic for sure with the decorations, but that was kind of the plan and kind of on purpose. So I think that, you know, worked very well. We got some statues as well, of course. We stole these as well. And then the main structure has quite a simple roof design with the variations from the Architects Remastered mod. You have like different steepness of the roof, which really makes it great to make some different shapes for roofs, which is something that ARK definitely should just have by default. And yeah, then we have just a bunch of decorations here, some fireplaces to make some food, even an ale cart. Not quite sure how we got that there, but we'll not ask any questions. And then we got a bunch of pillows as well to kind of lie down in after long days of work. Yeah, very nice and cozy, very chaotic, but I think it works as a smuggler's hideout for sure. Okay, and then we go on to actually the first build I did. This little house over here follows the same kind of style wise as the bigger build, but then just a smaller scale. A lot of the greenhouse pieces again with these walls, very airy, but I kind of like the look of that. And then the rustic front, also some nice and cozy decorations on the inside. And we got a bunch of these rope structures as well. Not only we got like the rope ceilings, but also the rope bed, which, let's be honest, that just looks very, very cozy in my opinion. So definitely a great addition to any base. And then we got another layer up there with the ladder currently completely rolled up in case you need some privacy, of course. But yeah, I think that turned out pretty nice. We got some walkways here, of course. We have one going down here with some more decoration going on. And then we have a nice little view of the big lake right here. And a cool little tree integrated as well to hide away the buildings a little bit from the outside, which of course is important for a Smuggler's Cove hideout. Then we got a big walkway here going all the way around this whole cave area and leading to a very nice fishing spot where you can see pretty much the entire lake. You can also see my neighbor here on the server, and you can see my croc still going at it, keeping everything safe. But yeah, this is definitely a very nice place to do some fishing, I think. And besides that, you can see I've got a bunch of these walls going on with the rope structures to close off all of the caves. So you could even use this as like a dino pen. There's the rope gates in there as well. So basically it's a big dino pen and hideout at the same time. So this would actually be a very cool base. And as you can see, fairly hidden away. If you take away the lights, if you turn those off, it's not that easy to spot. Like it's a little bit hidden. But obviously, yeah, like if you're looking for it, you'll definitely see it. But yeah, it's a very cool place to build a base here on the island for sure. And central at that as well. So yeah, there we go. My little smuggler's hideout. It was definitely very fun to do a more of a modded build for once. Haven't really tried that out too much. And I will definitely be doing more modded stuff in the future as well. Today I have built the ultimate modern tech base on the island to really celebrate all the time that we spent here for the ultimate base. Now, I will be fair, you can easily also build this, of course, with using metal instead of tech. Probably more reasonable to build it that way, especially if you're doing this in survival. My goal was to build the ultimate survival base, and it has pretty much everything that you could ever need. It has a big dino hangar on the bottom layer of the main A-frame, which fits most dinos. Obviously, the bigger ones might have some trouble. I could fit in a card shop, but it would clip through the floor. But it has some places to park your dinos that you use the most. You can easily fly in and out or just walk on to the island. Then we have the left wing of this build, which is everything dino related. A laboratory for your breeding, your hatching, and your storing of the cryopods. And then on the right, we've got the storage, we've got the crafting area, and we even have a little greenhouse on the top as well. So basically, this combines into everything that you would ever need. And then the top of the normal A-frame, the big A-frame, has your living quarters as well, so you can make it nice and cozy and celebrate your victories on the island. Let's go check it out in the grand tour. And before we do that, if you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe, like the video, maybe comment some suggestions of things you would like to see in the future. And if you want to support me even more, consider becoming a YouTube member. Let's get started. Okay, I think it's time to take a little tour of the tech base that I've built, the very modern looking tech base. I'm quite happy with the way it turned out. It's got a center A-frame which has some garage underneath to store some of your dinos. The car chat did fit underneath, but it clips in the floor of the next layer, so I decided to park it outside. But just to give you a little idea of how big it actually is. And then we have another A-frame up there, which is the greenhouse. We got a big right wing, which is the crafting area, the storage area. And then on the left, we've got a dino area as well for like breeding, hatching, cryos, everything. So let's get started. Let's get into it. Let's do a little tour of this place. I'm quite happy with the way this turned out. Let's start off with the texture that you can see for these glass walls down there. Wait, let's go right here. Like these glass walls. This is just normal vanilla greenhouse walls, but if you notice, those textures are pretty shit. They usually look like this. You can't really see out, so I installed a mod where you can easily switch them around, but if I uninstall the mod, it still will just be a normal building, which is kind of good. You can also do this with custom cosmetics, but they weren't working when I tried it, or I thought they weren't, but apparently you now go into this, so you could also have like the custom glass cosmetic, I guess, and then put it on one of the structures and then apply it to your building. Okay, with that out of the way, let's do a little tour of the premises. I'm right here on the dino pad, which is both a landing pad. You could easily fly in here, of course. It has a teleporter as well. I've chosen for the medium because that's what we use on the server, but you can easily, of course, fit a large one in here or a small one, or have all three based on what kind of connections you want to make with other places that you have. And as you can see, you have a lot of space here to park all your dinos. Like a Rex can easily fit here, UT, Gigantoraptor, some of the examples that I have here right now. But yeah, there's a lot of space here to park some of your dinos that you use the most. You don't want to cryo them, or you just want to, you know, have them around as company. There's quite a lot of area, and then back here, you can easily go into the world and explore. But yeah, I love the design that we managed to do here. We even have some wild dinos visiting because I haven't powered. Well, they are powered, but they have no ammunition right now. Probably good because otherwise it would be very noisy. But yeah, we've got the nice design here with the doors on this side going to both the crafting area and the storage area. And then over here we have a little bit of a mix of letting in some light through the window and having another door. And let's go here first, because this is connected to this. This is the laboratorium. This is the dino area. So there's a bunch of ACs here for all your hatching needs. So you can easily hatch some eggs here. There's also plenty of space to hatch your dino and let it grow up, or even breed your dinos. That's kind of the idea of this room. An easy place to breed, hatch, and let dinos grow up. And there is a door here to exit if you want to take your dinos outside. Currently watched over by our lovely little Karcha there. But there's also another roof panel where you can exit through the roof if you want to take out a flyer, or even the Ryanetha could fit in here to drop off some stuff or drop off some dinos very easily. And then we've got a little bit of storage here, a fridge if you want to keep some eggs there, and this just because it looks very scientific, so I figured might as well have that here. But also you can probably cook up some kibble here. You know, basically anything dino related I kind of wanted to have on this side. Then we got a little elevator here. Let's call it down. And yeah, this is a very simple design for the room. I really like these diagonal beams that I've done for the outside, but also on the inside they kind of make up the room and make it a little less boring. All right, let's go up with the elevator. Of course, a very modern base should have some good elevators. Saves a lot of space as well. So we got the top layer here. There's some places to sit around. Of course, you have the helipad, which doesn't auto-open so that you can easily walk across it. But you can, of course, change the settings to whatever you like. So this is just basically a place to relax, to park, to come in, and also to drop off dinos on here. I've got my bird here, keeping a watchful eye on the horizon. And yeah, this is a lovely spot where I built it. If you're wondering where it is, it's right here on the map. And yes, it does say starter base because this was where I built my original starter base before turning it into the ultimate modern tech base, which is a big difference. All right, let's go into the central A-frame then. Not the dino parking, but the living quarters. We got some trophies here, you know, showing off that we are in fact the ultimate survivor of the island. We got a little kitchen area here with a fridge, the cooking pot, and the grill, of course, so you can make all your food, your dyes or whatever. We've got some custom cosmetics here for the chairs, making them look very comfy. And this has got to be the best dining table view there is. With these glass panels, it just really works very well. You have a very nice view. You got some beds to spawn here. I think there might have been a little Rex head poking through a little bit. Or I might have imagined that. With some storage, this is basically just living quarters, so you can decorate it however you like. I've got some places here where we could put some chibis down if we wanted to show them off, or some dinos, of course. And then we got a nice little fireplace with some other custom cosmetics, some nice couches to just relax, you know, reminiscent of all the days we spent on the island. Then over here we got the connection to the main crafting area that we'll visit in a little bit. There's an elevator up and down here, so you can easily take the elevator from down there up here. There's another area where you can go to the outside. Here we got the transmitter. If you ever need to maybe transfer to another server, if you're playing on a cluster or something like that, this would be great. Probably don't want to start any boss fights here though. Probably not the wisest thing to do, but you know, I just wanted to have every bit of comfort here. And there's another RG taking watch here. Yeah, and you can see from the outside these windows actually have this very cool texture that you can't look in, which I kind of like. Makes it look very, very futuristic. Oh, and then we have the most important room of the entire build. We got a toilet. So that you can, you know, enjoy your poo with a pretty amazing view. Alright, and before we go down there to check out the whole crafting area, I want to show you the top layer here. So we got another elevator here going into the greenhouse that we've got going on. So this is the perfect place to plant all your crop needs. I haven't planted anything yet, but there is enough space here to plant a decent amount of crops. And then you come to the main roof. Again, there's another big area here. I've got some more plants, just mostly for decoration. Also a little bit of protection. Some seating area. And another big hatch frame for if you want to drop off dinos with resources into your crafting area or close to your storage. So you can transfer them to the forge, the replicator, or just your general storage area. And then it's about time to go and check out the crafting area. We got the storage area over here. So there's a bunch of storage here for the tech storage crates. A bunch of vaults down here with some more tech storage hidden away in this corner. A little ladder if you want to go to the second layer with even more storage going on. I think there should be plenty to store a fair amount. We got a crafting table here if you want to do some quick crafting here. Some more storage on this side. And then the tech things over here. And then we come to the main crafting area. Again, you have the access to your dino garage, which is basically the central area of the whole base. You can go in here. We have a little bit of extra storage at this corner here. You got the industrial forge standing strong. You have the replicator here as well for all your tech crafting needs. It does look very, very cool in an environment like this. And then I also put in all the other crafting stuff. A little bit of extra storage next to your crafting station. a fridge, and some chemistry benches as well. So basically you have everything that you should ever need to do all your crafting. And then over here we got another little balcony for some protection, for an amazing view, but mostly so you can easily fly in with like an RG or something with your stuff, just to make it very, very easy and very accessible from all the different sides. So yeah, I think that is most of the interior shown. So again, there's a little elevator here in the corner if you want to go up to your living quarters. I really like the way this base turned out. I basically went in blind. I just wanted to do something with like a big ultimate tech base to show off what you could do at the end of a long playthrough on the island. But yeah, you could definitely easily build this with metal as well. Like I think it would probably look just as good if you build it with metal. The only difference, of course, is that if you manage to build this, especially in survival with tech, it is the ultimate way to show off that you have definitely beaten the game. Because, yeah, this would probably cost you a fair amount of element to build. But it does look very cool, especially with this little texture. If you're wondering and you want to install the same mod instead of using custom cosmetics, it's the clear glass wall. Very obvious, but it does solve a lot of problems. And it makes the base look very, very good from both the outside and also the inside. And then I did a little bit of painting. You can see those black lines that I did for those quarter walls that I made. And then actually those diagonal beams that you can see are painted white. So the tech is a little bit lighter than it usually is. And most of the rest is just the normal default color, because I didn't feel like painting every single block in this build. But yeah, I think it turned out very nicely. Hopefully you enjoyed seeing this as well. And yeah, let me know what you think and maybe what future builds you want to see. I am building an underwater tech base. Basically the last little hurdle, the last thing on my list that I really wanted to try here on the island before we move on to Scorched Earth. Now this underwater tech base will basically be very similar to the ultimate tech base that I built, but then just underwater, because I really want to play around with the vacuum compartments. That's the only really building block that I haven't used yet, so I thought this would be a fun opportunity and a good way to round off my adventure on the island. And who knows, if we get sick of the desert, we can always return and go for a swim. Let's get into it. Last time I built this modern tech base as the ultimate base for the end of the island, where basically everything is present, but one thing is missing, and that is, well, I guess we have some access to the water, but that is the underwater part about the tech, which of course is also something that is available. So I have actually built an underwater tech base, very similar to this style, only no A-frames because of the vacuum compartments that you're using, but very similar to this style. And also they've just dropped some of these animated skins for the new animated series, which is kind of cool. I am of course Bob, but Bob grew a mohawk because that kind of sticks through and looks kind of fun. All right, let's go to the underwater tech base. And there we go. We are here in the underwater tech base. Now, I'm not gonna lie, these tech vacuum compartments do look kind of funny in ARK Ascended. Like they are kind of glitchy. I don't know. It looks funny. It looks weird, but it's very easy and very cool to build underwater. We're right at underneath the ocean right now. I'll show you the location. I'm right here on the map, which is basically right next to the entrance for one of the underwater caves, and I've built this tech facility underwater. So we've got the platform so we can easily teleport to the other places. This is a little sleeping quarters with a bunch of respawn points in case you want to go and do this cave, which is right underneath us. It's got a forge, it's got a little bit of storage here as well, some food. We'll come back to why you would want to have a feeding trough here in a minute. Cryos, of course, the tech energy, and then we got a way to go up here as well. We got a smithy. Probably want to add maybe like a seething area here, just to make it like a little bit more cozy. But you can see I also basically have an entirety of the back of this, which is a big aquarium. here. This is all still vacuum compartments, so technically it's part of the build, but it's just water. And that's kind of because it was a little bit unflat here, as you can see. So a little bit of the landscaping came into my build, and then I was like, wait, why not just make it into an aquarium? That seems kind of fun. But for the rest of the design, it's very straightforward. We've got some ladders to go up and down as well. Just a lot of access point in case you would want it. And then we have some extra storage over here for if you want to use it. But yeah, the design itself looks a little bit like this. So there we go. It's like the underwater version of the tech base that we did. Very similar design with the shapes. And as I said, like, it looks a little bit funky, these vacuum compartments, but they look good, kind of cool as well. I think I might want to do a little bit of painting just before the end of this video so that we can make it even cooler. But yeah, this is the starting basic part of my design. I think you can recognize the other base in this for sure. Okay, I've done the painting of the build, and as you can see, we've got some of the black lines on the top of the bottom. I built this extra side structure on as well, just to add in a little bit more shape. Now I've got a megalodon here to test out if my aquarium actually works, because I didn't really test it out. I kind of got the idea halfway through the build. But yeah, you can see here on the side we have this little extra structure just as a way to add some extra detail, some extra interest to the design. It doesn't really do anything. I didn't use the space as well for the inside. You could, I guess, but I didn't really need any. And then we, yeah, we've got the front. I really like the look with the black top and bottom lines, and then the more silver middle lines, and then very blue hue from the see-through water vacuum compartments. So back here, this should be our or aquarium, and I think we can just use this. So what the idea would be is to, yeah, you can just swim your tame into here. You go up here, and you get out, and now you have your tame right into your own base. That's kind of cool. That's kind of convenient, I think. Of course, the size that I built, you can't do it for very, very big tames, but still, I think this is a cool way to basically you have your own tames around in your base. You can just park them in the aquarium. They should be relatively safe there as well. And yeah, that definitely works. I like that. That was the idea. So you could probably have like 2 or 3 sharks in there for sure. Unfortunately, that way is kind of closed because of the shape of the landscape around. But yeah, that's very convenient. You can just swim in and out, and that adds some extra function to the build, in my opinion. Yeah, so very simple design. It's basically a big square, and then we add the lines, the little structural lines, as a little bit of detail. So it's basically quarter ceiling and quarter walls around the bottom, and then around the top as well. And then we have an extra layer of like ceilings to stick it out a little bit, so that we, oh god, I thought I almost swam into the normal part. And then we got these diagonal lines again leading down, and I made some extra funky shapes here because I kind of wanted to break up the big window in the front, and I think this works. Just make some nice, weird, interesting shapes, interesting lines to make it look a little bit more special. And then on top, yeah, we have that one thing from the side coming in, and the rest is pretty much basic. I guess you could park your bigger water tames up here if you don't want to cryo them. And then I've got a bunch of turrets around as well to keep things safe down here, you know, so you're not being bothered too much. And yeah, that should definitely work. I think that's a fun little underwater base that we've got, a base of operations. And then right here around the corner is the entrance to one of the artifact caves. So yeah, it's right over there, and we're right next to it with our little tech underwater base. Yeah, this was one of the last projects that I had on my mind for a while, and I really thought I wouldn't get to do it anymore because of the Scorch launch coming close finally. But no, here we are. We've got our underwater tech base. We probably won't use it that much, but still I managed to build something with the vacuum blocks, which was, I guess, the last remaining structure that I didn't really use in my builds yet. So yeah, that's kind of cool. And I feel like it's very much linked up with the modern ultimate tech base that we've built before. So yeah, that is very, very cool. I really like the way it turned out. It really looks cool in my opinion. And yeah, it will definitely be useful. But maybe, you know, whenever we're on Scorched and we feel like, oh, we've seen too much desert, I would really like to go for a swim. We'll just transfer back over and we'll hop down here for a little swim in the ocean. I think that would be very lovely. Today is the day. After months of spending time on the island, getting back into ARK, following through with the story, beating all the bosses, building some incredible bases, it's finally time to try and beat the tech cave and the overseer and ascend from the island. This is going to happen today. Hopefully, at least. If we fail, that would be kind of awkward. But the plan is to finally ascend off the island, finish the story, and be ready for Scorched Earth. Today is finally the day. We've been on the island for a while. We've done a lot. We'll have a little look back at everything we've done, everything we've built on the island, or some things we built, because everything would take a while. That will probably be a separate video. But today is finally the day that we beat the island. We've done all the bosses on alpha level. They're right over here. They're smiling at us every day that we live here in my new modern tech base, which is a state-of-the-art facility. I am basically Tony Stark now. I've got a very cool mansion here on this cliff. Beautiful views. My tames are all standing proud and tall here. And yeah, today's the day. We're finally gonna face the overseer. We're gonna do the tech cave. I have never done that before. I have never once in my life attempted it, even on ARK Survival Evolved. So I'm quite curious to finally see it. And now we have this strong facility. I feel like we're more than ready to take it on. So I've gathered everything that we need. I've made some good high-level fur armor. I've made some ghillie suits. I've made some soup. I think I have done everything that we need. I have the dinos ready. All the T-Rexes are at the volcano. I just need to take a couple of these guys still. I've got my own personal T-Rex over here, Mr. Drogon. And we got Yuki, the Uranus, here as well, that I'll probably take with me. And then we'll fly over and we should get started. Hopefully, guys, I will be back and we will be victorious and we'll have ascended, finally, on ARK Survival Ascended. And for the first time ever. But that is if everything, of course, goes according to plan. Because I haven't done it. I know a little bit. I know the cave is difficult. That's why we have all the different stuff. I know there's a lot of lava involved, which might be the biggest challenge of them all. And then I have no clue about how exactly the actual boss fight at the end is. But today, we find out. But I definitely built the base worthy of a survivor that has beaten the island. So hopefully we'll prove ourselves worthy of this base. The reason I built this base, besides just wanting to do another cool modern build, was also to have a place for me to return to. The plan with me and my friends on our private server is that we're going to set up a cluster to Scorched Earth so we can do everything over there as soon as it launches. But, you know, I don't want to spend 5 months in the desert without being able to do anything else. See water, see some greenery. So we'll still have this server going along with all the builds. So if I ever feel like it, I can always come back here and transfer back over and maybe do some cool stuff over here as well. We'll see how that goes. But first, let's get ready for this fight. And in the meantime, visit a couple of bases we've built over our time on the island. Okay, we just transported all the way over here. You maybe still remember this place. This was actually my first modern base. This is the A-frame that I built over here on the ocean with the dino dock as well. A couple of other A-frames up there. I only spent a short amount of time here actually using this as my proper base when I was focused on doing the ocean cave over here and getting some good ocean tames. But yeah, after a while, I kind of moved back over to my main base, which was very central on the map. As you can see, we're right here at my ruin base in close proximity to the volcano, very central on the map. And this is my stables design, of course, that I did. One of my first tutorials I did, but it's very empty. That is because I've taken all of my tames, except this one, but I think that's not mine actually. Over to my new tech facility, which is where I'll be having them in cryo so they don't die when I'm off exploring scorched earth, etc. But yeah, this was a very cool base. This was actually basically the place where I started building in ARK Ascended, and I discovered that I quite liked it. This was my first little starter build, the first real build I did, the first tutorial. Still has some Christmas lights on it as well. And then slowly over time we rebuilt the entire ruin structures here. This was a very fun base to work on and a very good base, very good location as well. And I had some amazing times over here. But after a while I moved on to some other projects, one of them being the ocean base we just visited. But eventually I did, of course, another ruin build, and that's where our last stop will be. And these are the mountain ruins. This is where my friends settled down when they started making their main base, and eventually I joined them and I rebuilt the entire base to be quite a extensive big base, which has a lot of cool big builds. Some of them actually being used, some of them a little bit less, but it does look very cool. I'm still very happy with the way this all turned out, and yeah, it was just a very fun project to work on, and it was also very nice to finally yeah, join my friends in the same base and having my bases and my builds being used as a working and living base. Yeah, this was a very fun project and a very cool place to live for sure. This is also where I'll collect the last few things that I need. I'll pick them up from my house right over here, and then I'll wait for my friend to join so that we can face the tech cave together. Because yeah, I'm definitely not looking forward to facing that cave by myself the first time that I do it. So yeah, we're gonna get ready. I'm gonna load everything into this guy or in my inventory, and then we should be good to go on one more adventure here on the island. Okay, I'm doing a voiceover after the fact because we did this part in Dutch and I don't want to have to translate it all, subtitle it all, or put you through listening to that. So instead, we're going behind the scenes. So I brought up 2 high-level cartridges, which was also very scary. I didn't record the taming for some reason. But anyway, we got cartridges. I didn't put the dinos very close to the door because I couldn't cryo them out, and for some reason I didn't think about bringing them closer after the fact. Also, I had a lot of trouble getting up this hill for some reason. I'm just too tiny. But that meant that we didn't get all the dinos in that I brought, which in the end I think was a blessing rather than a curse, because I didn't want to bring any more dinos down this cave, because this cave probably the most annoying thing, maybe even the most difficult thing that I've ever done in ARK. And for some reason dinos were also invisible, so they only spawned when I brought the Daedon close because they wanted to attack that, but not the Karcha, of course. And I started to stress out because you can already see Rex is coming down randomly, almost going into lava. So not the most fun place to be, but eventually we decided on me going on ahead a little bit, trying to clear out as many of the dinos as possible, which luckily with the Karchas was no problem at all. Like, they were chewing through everything very, very easily, which made it a little bit easier, because then the only part we needed to focus on was going down the hill and not losing any dinos. But my friend, she joined and she had all the dinos follow her in a big line. the big conga line, and that actually worked. So I focused on clearing everything out, making invisible dinos appear, I should say, because yeah, very buggy cave for us, but that's fine. I was just snapping at everything and making dinos appear, and yeah, that turned out to go pretty well without losing any of our Rex army. So that is always great. These Rexes have been through a lot. They've done a boss fight, so they are very, very strong. Good saddles as well, so I wasn't really worried about them, except falling into lava maybe, which at some points definitely caused me a lot of stress. The only things I was also worried about were these big Gigas, of course, that can spawn, but with the Karchas I had faith, but of course the Rexes also want to chime in a little bit. So yeah, eventually we did make it work. This was a very stressful part though, because I saw this lava hole, I saw the spiral we had to go through, and I was like, this is where it all ends. This is where all my work goes to hell, and as you can see, it came quite close, quite close, but luckily not too close, and we were able to save these Rexes, get them back on track, and yeah, very slowly but surely make sure that all of these dinos, all of these Rexes make their way safely through this crazy spiral. You just know that whoever designed this map is really enjoying themselves of us all struggling having to go through this. But eventually we made it down, and I tried to help with fighting the Giga, and I jumped into the lava because it was a slope going down. For some reason, I'm not really taking damage. I have no clue why, because I'm clearly in the lava. Maybe I'm not, I don't know, but it wasn't registered, or it was registered a little bit of damage at first, but I think at some point it kind of stops, or it's just not doing a lot of damage. But anyway, I focused on killing the Giga first because it looked like I wasn't gonna make it out. Of course, I could have jumped off, but I wanted to keep my Karcha alive for as long as I could. So finally I made it on top of this rock and tried to get from the rock to the surface. It seemed like it wasn't gonna work. And then, because ARK is a flawless game, I finally glitched up onto the rock and I was out. Almost lost no health. It's insane. So now we are almost at the end of this lava cave, finally, because that was so annoying. One Rex decided to take a little bath in the lava, but he made it out alright, and I was so surprised to see that, well, he did have a lot of damage because he had a lot of health, but in his general health speaking, it was alright, you know. He was fine. He could still move on and be totally fine. Then it is where the fun begins. Now, first of all, I had never seen any of this, so I was really impressed and really wanted to take everything in, but there's also a timer, and for some reason, at first I thought that was just a timer to get to the boss fight. Didn't realize this time also includes the whole boss fight. This was probably my favorite part, you know, seeing the entire arc beneath you and where all the drops come from. That was really cool to see. I wish I had more time just to walk around. I might just do this some more time just to look around and not bother the boss fight. Also, we're doing this on alpha on the first try, so that's why we're so stressed. And yeah, because we didn't know what to expect. I managed to just keep my health up by landing every couple of times and, you know, taking some medical brew and stuff, keeping me alive throughout the whole fight. But yeah, this was all new for me. I didn't know how to beat this guy. I knew I could fly with my tech suit, that's why I brought it, but I didn't really know what we were supposed to do. We knew that he had some kind of shield, no idea how we were to disable that, but turned out just have to wait for him to do his kind of thing, and then he has no shield. But now I'm just focusing on shooting drones out of the sky, because of course they are my only danger here in the sky. But after a while of shooting these things and figuring out that there's really no end to them, there's too many. Yeah, we're wasting too much time trying to clear these guys all out. We finally started focusing on the actual boss fight. We had a decent army here with Rexes, not too big because we didn't bring everyone, but that's fine because we didn't really need too much. Because the shooting and stuff did enough and the Rexes helped where they could. Again, this was the first time we did this, so we were just amazed at this whole fight and enjoying everything and really looking forward to seeing every aspect of this fight. Really nice to finally do this and see like a little bit of the tech part of ARK, where that is all from, because I knew all the tech gear that was in the game, but I had never seen the actual tech cave and this overseer part, which is really awesome. As you can see, we're slowly chipping away at its health. I don't think we lost any Rexes. I think at some point the Daedon unfortunately did not make it through, but yeah, I guess we didn't really need to bring him in the first place. But yeah, this is the fun part where the first boss appeared back into the game, and we could take that on again. And this was where the Rexes really came in clutch, because they were really doing a good job bringing that boss right down. Okay, so right now we're not really too stressed. The only thing that's really worrying me is that I sometimes have to go into a little corner, land down, and then start healing myself up, trying to be healthy. I guess the good thing is me flying means that I don't really get attacked that much. Sometimes a drone starts bothering me, but mostly I'm only getting damaged by being cold because of the lack of fur armor right now. So that made the boss fight relatively easy for me. Like, I had no stress unless this little time where I dipped down too low. But other than that, it was quite relaxing, just, you know, shooting the bosses. Really cool seeing the dragon. I did not expect that he would actually also breathe fire in this stage. But yeah, I was really happy that I was flying here, because the fire, no. Should have warmed me up though. I shouldn't have been cold at this point, in my opinion. You know, there's a lot of fire around. Why am I still cold? Feels like it makes no sense to me. But yeah, we quickly took care of that boss as well. Love the fact that they bring back all these guardians again for this fight. And yeah, we just keep chopping away at its health. I definitely think that this would be a little bit easier if you bring more tames, like the full amount you're allowed to, and maybe some more people. But of course, we didn't. But we still managed. And then we saw the spider. I'm still confused why they have this order. I don't know if it's random, but it felt like weird seeing the spider last, since that is, in our case, that was the easiest boss to defeat. Well, no, the monkey was pretty easy as well. But yeah, we're just slowly chipping away at this boss fight, and yeah, this was a very cool experience. I can't believe that I've never done this on normal ARK, by the way. But yeah, this was the reason why I started playing ARK Ascended. I wanted to play through all of the story on all of the ARKs. So far only one, of course, because this is the only one we have so far. But yeah, I'm glad that I've been able to keep to my mission, even though a little bit of the distraction came when I discovered the new build system and fell in love with it, and this whole YouTube thing started happening as well. But we also still did manage to do this whole story for ARK, and now you can see we're very, very close. So this is a tense moment, of course, like, what's gonna happen? We're here for the story. Well, at least we got this one done right before, hopefully, Scorch releases. And yeah, this was amazing. Again, I wish you could spend more time here just exploring this room and the hallway, because this looks so cool. This is so amazing, and it felt like we had to rush through it a little bit, you know. Of course, you could probably take your time a little bit more, because we have like 10 minutes left, but still, the first time, you're really stressed. But eventually, we made it, and it was time to finally ascend of the island.
Is this what happiness felt like? Love? No. This is more like Pride. Yes, that's it. I'm proud of you, survivor. You've accomplished what few have. You've ascended. I once did too, when I was her. Helena. She was an explorer too. And like you, she traveled the Arks and discovered their secrets. You're following in her footsteps. Keep going. Discover what became of Helena and her friends. Survive the many challenges ahead, and you'll find me here waiting for you. Together, we may yet be able to save our world.
Just taking in the view one last time. The ocean, the greenery, a lovely view with water. That's it's gonna be a while since we're gonna see that again. We're gonna not have that much, but it's time. It's time to finally transfer over to Scorched Earth and be up to some adventures over there. We've done it all. We've defeated all the bosses. We've ascended. And now it's time to officially transfer as well. There they are, the bosses. It's time to actually go to another Ark and start a brand new adventure. Maybe just one more time before I'm ready. Just one more time, enjoying the view from the toilet. Just one little poo before we go. And then it is time. One last time. Those beautiful waves. The blue color. It's gonna be a while. I'm gonna miss you, but a new adventure is ahead. It's time to transfer to Scorched Earth.